The school board meeting is being recorded. Access to the recording will be made available on the district's website as soon as it's possible. We do have very limited space here that is being provided for the public at the DAO, utilizing proper medical screening questions and social distancing. Online public input is encouraged and welcome. A link for public input and to view this meeting live is located on our district website. We'll start off with community input. We welcome community input. Written comments from visitors must be informational in nature, should address the entire board rather than one particular member. The Board of Education cannot engage in a discussion or debate in response, but will take the information to review and obtain answers when appropriate. For tonight's meeting, we received 14 different questions from our website and 0 from the people here in our lobby. I have looked through the questions. I've assigned who I think is the right person on the executive directors to answer them, and they will reach out to you in the time following this meeting when they get time. All right, we will start with our mission statement. Our mission is to provide a safe and caring climate and culture in which we engage, inspire, educate, prepare, and empower all learners in partnership with their surrounding community to be successful in today and tomorrow's society. School board members, please remember to mute your mics when you're not speaking. During tonight's meeting, a board member should use the chat option when wanting to make a comment or question, but I will also be doing what I always do, and I'll rotate through and seek questions from all board members after each discussion. We will now officially call the meeting to order at 6:33, August 5th, the DAO and remotely. Les, could you lead us in the pledge, please?
Yes, I will. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Les. And now, would you please take roll call and have the members state their location and the reason why they are appearing remotely if they are, so we're in accordance with Minnesota statutes.
Jeff Polarize.
I am here per the statute at the DAO.
Monica Segura Schwartz.
I am here in my home in St. Cloud.
Al Dahlgren. Mike's not on, Al.
I said I'm working on it.
Oh, okay.
I didn't want to change. I am at the district office per statute and governor's orders.
Shannon Hawes.
I am appearing via my cabin in Spicer, Minnesota, and to comply with social distancing requirements.
Natalie Ringsmuth.
I am here at my home in St. Cloud due to social distancing.
Zach Dorholt.
Remote from my home in St. Cloud to help prevent the spread of COVID.
Les Green is in Minneapolis, in the home of my mother, where I was raised on 4th Avenue South in Minneapolis. So, wow. According to keeping us all safe and in good shape. Also in attendance, and I'm going to assume that all the executive directors are there. I cannot see all of them, but I will run through them. Superintendent Willie Jett, Assistant Superintendent of Elementary Education, Dr. Marcia Beisch, Assistant Superintendent of Secondary Education, Dr. Lori Putnam, Executive Director of Learning and Teaching, Lori Posch, Executive Director of Student Services and Special Education, Carol Potter, Executive Director of Research, Evaluation, Assessment, and Enrollment, Dr. Sylvia Huff, Executive Director of Community Education, Adam Holm, Executive Director of Finance and Business Services, Amy Scalarud, Executive Director of Operations, Gary Ganji, Executive Director of Human Resources, Tracy Flynn Bowe, Director of Community Engagement and Communications, Tammy DeLand, and Executive Assistant, Mary Kusterman.
Can I say one more? We have, yes, please.
Oh, yes, wait a minute. I'm looking at her. It's
Yeah.
Ellen. The lovely person, Ellen Stewart,
Yep,
is with us.
Director of
Tell us
Equity.
about Ellen Stewart.
She is Director of Equity, so welcome, Ellen.
Oh, fantastic. Welcome. There's a very stoic look about her.
Ellen, have you been to board meetings before? Okay, you know the routine then. New person gets called on a lot, right? All right.
I don't
Thank you, Les.
funny. Okay, I'm good, right?
Yep, you're good.
My microphone.
All right. Next up is the consent agenda. The consent agenda consists of non-controversial items that the board routinely adopts without debate. Any single member of the board may remove an item from the consent agenda by requesting removal at the time the consent agenda is moved for adoption. The full text of the items can be found at the end of the agenda. Tonight we have item A, approval of tonight's board meeting and work session agenda. Item B, approval of personnel staff changes. Item C, approval of monthly treasurer's report for June 2020. Item D, approval of computer purchases. Item E, authorization to sign legal documents. At this time, I'm looking for a motion to accept the agenda as recorded.
So moved.
Got Al? Do I have a second?
I second.
Thank you, Monica. Les, would you mind taking roll, please?
Yes, Les Green is yes. Zach Dorholt,
Yes.
Natalie Ringsmuth,
Yes.
Shannon Hawes,
Yes.
Al Dahlgren,
Yes.
Monica Segura Schwartz,
Yes.
Jeff Polarize,
Yes.
and thank you, Monica, for the comment. That's
All
it.
right.
Jeff,
Yeah.
just getting some messages from parents saying they're not able to be to view online.
Ryan, are you hearing that?
Yes, I just checked. The live stream does appear to be working. If they've got the username and password correctly, that would be the key. That's posted on the district
Okay.
website. If that can be shared, please.
Do you have time to share that with a couple if you have a chance, Natalie?
Yeah, I'll text somebody, but then I'm wondering, they said there's some conversation going on Facebook about it too, so I don't know if maybe Tammy could pop on or somebody. Oh, Tammy said it's on social media. It's like she's done this before. Thank you, Tammy.
All right. We will now move on to reports. Board of Education reports. Shannon, do you have a report for us?
No, I'll report at our regular board meeting.
Al, do you have a report?
No report.
Zach?
No report today.
Les, do you have a report from personnel?
No report.
Natalie, do you have a report from Achievement, Integration, and Equity Committee?
Not today. Thank you, Chair.
All right. The time is now 6:40. I will adjourn tonight's school board meeting and move into our work session. On tonight's work session, we have 15 items. I will ask that members please hold your questions until the end of each presentation, at which time I will call on each member. First up is item number 1. It's going to be the results of the distance learning surveys. It's going to be presented by Lori Posch, Executive Director of Teaching and Learning, and Dr. Sylvia Huth, Executive Director of Research, Evaluation and Enrollment. And you have somebody helping you ladies with slides?
Yes, Ryan will be presenting the slides.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. Go ahead and take it away.
All right, so While Ryan is getting the presentation pulled up, I will start off by just saying good evening, Chair Polreese, Superintendent Jett, and members of the board. Tonight's presentation will be a high-level overview of the feedback data that we gathered following distance learning this past spring. This information was used to help inform fall planning, which you will hear in the presentation regarding our return to school that is up next. I'll try to go through this presentation pretty quickly so that we can get into the plan for fall, which I know everyone is eager to hear. Ryan, you can go ahead and go to the next slide, please. So, presented on the screen are the survey categories that were included in the survey this past spring. You can see that we focused on the areas of meals, technology, instruction and academics, engagement, social emotional learning and support, as well as communication. The key stakeholders involved in our surveying process were our licensed staff, our parents, secondary students, as well as our non-licensed staff. And so the process of this survey was that it was sent out electronically to stakeholders. And although we'll be presenting on the data that was gathered during the second round of feedback, I also want to mention that we did an initial data collection immediately following the first during the first few weeks of distance learning. And during that particular round of surveying, we allowed family to express any concerns that they had regarding meals, device issues, internet access. And that particular survey was not anonymous. Families had the option to identify and attach their name or their child's name to that survey. So that way building staff and admin and district admin would be able to respond as quickly as possible to those individual families' needs and concerns to make sure that everyone had what they needed in order to be successful during distance learning. And as a result of that initial round of surveying, one of the things that came out of it, for example, were the What I Need Wednesdays. And so based on the feedback that we received from our teachers and from our students and families, we were able to implement What I Need Wednesdays in order to allow students and families and staff that extra time for support. What we'll be discussing tonight is the second round of feedback forms that were sent out. And these particular forms were sent out closer to the end of distance learning in order to have a more summative approach. So we could see how our stakeholders felt we did overall. And that is the particular data that will be reviewed tonight. And so for our licensed staff, we had a total of 426 individuals who responded. For our parents, we had about 770 families that responded. And we know that this is low. It represents only about 15% of our families district-wide. And so because of that, we also made additional phone calls throughout the summer in order to gain extra information regarding families' experiences with distance learning. And that data is also included in this presentation. For our secondary students, we had 314 respondents, and with our non-licensed staff, roughly 20% responded. And you'll notice on the slide that it says remote work survey. And this is because the survey that our non-licensed staff received was slightly different than the survey that went out to our other stakeholders. And so we will also discuss that data as part of this presentation as well. Thanks, Ryan. So we'll get into the first area, which was meals. And again, as I mentioned, we are going to keep this pretty high level so that we can touch on the key takeaways and then get into the presentation in terms of returning for fall. And so you'll see a very similar format for all of the upcoming slides, and it's focusing on the percentage of respondents who selected that they were very satisfied or satisfied with the category overall. So as part of one of the very final question, it was a matrix, and for each of those key categories that we reviewed on the previous slide, families got to indicate their overall level of satisfaction. So when you take everything into consideration regarding meals, how satisfied were you with the district's, with accessibility to meals, with the meals themselves, all of that taken into consideration, what was your level of satisfaction? And so the data presented on the screen for meals represents the results of the respondents who indicated that they utilized meal service. And so it doesn't take into account the individuals who said NA and that the meals questions were not applicable to them. So of the individuals who utilized our meal services, you can see that 75% of our elementary parents were satisfied with the meals provided, 62% of secondary students, and 72% of secondary families. In terms of the open-ended responses that they provided to us, the common themes were that our families really appreciated the meals, that the meals were convenient, and for some of our families, going to pick up lunches helped to establish a routine within the day. And so the meals actually presented somewhat of like a normalcy and a structure that they appreciated. The most common concerns that were mentioned by our families who accessed our meals were that thoughts or perception that they were not nutritious enough, or a concern around a lack of options. However, the comments in the survey also indicated that these tended to improve over the last few weeks of distance learning. And so in terms of the options that were provided, became more diverse in the offerings. Thanks, Ryan. So in the next area of technology, we will start off with looking at our licensed staff. So when we are looking at the level or percentage of individuals who said that they were satisfied with technology during distance learning, just over half of our elementary staff indicated that they were, and about 70% of our secondary licensed staff. For our elementary licensed staff, when looking at the quantitative data in combination with their qualitative data, many of their concerns and frustrations were early on with Seesaw. And some of those concerns were things that were outside of our control and were more platform issues. So when the entire state transitioned to distance learning on the exact same day and overloaded the server, and there were some hiccups, but you could see from their comments that those concerns tended to mellow out or stabilize as the trimester continued. If we go to the next slide that reflects the parent and student responses as it relates to technology, you see that 47% of our elementary parents indicated that they were satisfied with technology as compared to the majority of our secondary students and secondary parents. For our elementary parents, almost 30% indicated that they experienced issues with the functioning of their child's device, and there were also concerns around compatibility issues. So at our elementary level, families who had devices on hand used their own personal devices for their children's distance learning. And so depending on the type of device that they had or the year that their device was released, perhaps, it was not always the most compatible with our learning platforms. And so some of that is what is also factoring into the numbers that you're seeing presented here. For our secondary families, 40% of our students indicated that they experienced some issues with the functioning of their device, but that they were able to get it resolved relatively quickly. In the area of instruction and academics, you can see that the level of satisfaction between our elementary and secondary licensed staff are very close, and their concerns and challenges that they expressed were also very similar. In particular, across the board, our elementary as well as secondary licensed staff expressed that they had a challenge keeping students focused and motivated. And we'll discuss more of that when we get into the engagement section as well, because there's definitely some overlap. But in terms of just this feeling that they were not able to adequately keep their students on track in terms of focus and motivation. When looking at our parents and students, you can see that 64% of our elementary parents and 54% of our secondary parents were very satisfied or satisfied with the instruction provided during distance learning this past spring, and just under half of our secondary students who responded. The main concerns that we heard expressed from a parent and student perspective was really the desire for more opportunities for synchronous learning. That came up time and time again. That was also a desire that was expressed from our teachers as well. And so that was also driving some of the percentages that you saw on the previous slide. So the desire for more opportunities for students to be learning while their teachers are teaching in front of them, that face-to-face interaction. And then also for secondary, a desire for a consistent course structure in terms of like the look and feel of how their courses are built, if you will, within the Schoology platform. So as I previously mentioned, engagement was one of the challenges that was expressed by all of our stakeholders during this period of distance learning. And it is also an area that was definitely at the forefront as well in our planning for fall. And so although you see presented here that only 38% of our elementary licensed staff and only 21% of secondary licensed staff were satisfied with the level of engagement during distance learning this past spring, in our plan that we'll be presenting momentarily, you will hear all about the ways that we plan to address this and make sure that we are fully engaging our students and staff in an authentic learning experience, no matter which model we find ourselves in the coming months. For the parents and students, again, reflected here, you can see that we see those lower levels of satisfaction in the area of engagement. And if we take it a step further, only 62% of our secondary students indicated that they were able to interact regularly with their teacher, and 53% of our secondary parents. So just a little over half. And again, that goes back to that need that is also expressed in the qualitative data for more synchronous learning. And related to engagement as well is the area of social emotional learning and support. And so as you can see reflected here, again, engagement and that area of SEL are two areas that we will be addressing in our upcoming presentation, so that you will see all the things that and hear about all the things that we have implemented to address the concerns that have been expressed by our elementary licensed staff and secondary licensed staff, as well as our parents. If we take this data that's currently presented on the screen a step further and looking at some of the items that fell within the category of social emotional learning and support, there were items about connectedness. So rating whether or not the student felt like part of the learning community, and teachers indicating whether or not their students felt like part of the learning community. And for those particular items, 24% of our elementary licensed staff indicated that their students felt like part of a learning community during this past spring, and that number dropped to only 12% for our secondary licensed staff. So of our secondary licensed staff who participated in this survey, only 12% of them indicated that they felt that their students were part of a learning community this past spring. And the results from our parents and students is very similar to what we are seeing from staff. And so when we're talking about connectedness, only 19% of our elementary families indicated that their children felt connected to their classmates. And that number dropped to 15% of our secondary parents reporting that their children felt connected to their classmates. When we looked at our secondary students' data to see their level of connectedness, only 14% of our secondary students who participated in this survey reported feeling connected to their classmates during distance learning. So again, we know the importance of relationship building and the need for increased peer-to-peer interaction and student-teacher interaction. And as I mentioned, you will hear more about that in the upcoming presentation. The area of communication was one of our more highly rated areas of the survey. And for our staff across the board, they reported that they appreciated the frequency of the communications as well as the information that was provided. They also just commented on how nice and refreshing it was to have the frequent updates from HR and from the superintendent, and that they felt informed of district happenings during such an uncertain time. For our parents, they similarly appreciated the level of communication from the district, as well as from their building admins and even classroom teachers. Many of the responses just indicated that they felt like, although they were not necessarily always face-to-face in a virtual format with the teachers, they did have a sense of what was taking place, and that staff at the building level and at the district level were frequently communicating with them. And as I mentioned, the non-licensed staff survey was different from the other stakeholders, and it was formatted in a remote work format. And so you can see here an example of some of the items that were included on the non-licensed staff survey. And the first two rows are for strongly agree and agree, to give you a sense of the percentage of our non-licensed staff who participated agreeing with these particular statements. And so the main takeaways from this is that during that period of distance learning in the spring, our non-licensed staff across District 742, the majority felt that they had access to their supervisors, that they had expectations that were clearly communicated to them, they had clear work schedules, they had the materials that they needed, and interestingly enough, our non-licensed staff reported higher levels of connectedness in terms of feeling like a part of their learning community than was reported by our licensed staff or even our students and parents. And so normally I would have a next step slide here and tell you the now what from the survey data, but obviously we're on the thank you slide, so there's not one included in this presentation. And that's because, like I stated at the beginning of this presentation, we have taken the lessons learned throughout this process in the spring, as well as the thoughts expressed from our various stakeholders and considered it all in terms of our planning for the fall. And so in the upcoming presentation, you will see and hear the ways that the concerns have been addressed and how the things that we did really well have been strengthened going forward. And so at this time, I would be happy to take any questions that you have regarding the spring data that we just reviewed, and then we can transition into the presentation and you can see how those concerns were addressed in our fall planning.
All right, I'm going to use the same rotation tonight, so if you want to keep track of who you're following, Monica, you're going to lead us off.
So I have sort of questions and a comment, so bear with me, please. The first question that I have, Sylvia, is there any, can you tell us a little bit more about the demographic breakout that you use for the survey and how did you analyze the data based on that breakout?
Yes, so as I mentioned, the demographics of this particular survey were not representative initially of our district. The majority of our parent respondents were white, as were the respondents from our students. And so knowing that, when we looked at the data, we also made phone calls throughout the summer periodically to gather additional information to include within this presentation. Also knowing that this data was not as representative as it could be, that was one of the reasons that we have been making so many phone calls for our fall planning. And so in the upcoming upcoming presentation, when we talk about the process that we use to gather stakeholder input, and you will hear that it's not just focused on surveys because we called each individual family. And so that data was also, some of that was reflected here, but it will be more so included in the upcoming presentation.
So you said that there is different ways of collecting feedback. So I appreciate that, and I would have liked that to be included within the results of the survey, because I feel like I'm getting incomplete information when you're giving me, this is the result of the survey. The survey to me, or for what matters to any of you, doesn't really say a complete thing. And I think that what we care about is what was the input that you were getting from the community. So just kind of looking into the future, I would prefer to have a presentation of the whole input, not specifically on the surveys, and the surveys incomplete information.
Well, some of the phone call data is also, when the phone calls were being made, they were asking the survey questions. So the phone calls that were taking place over the course of the summer were targeted to this survey. But I was just adding that for fall planning, for some of the additional surveys that have since gone out this fall, we started off with making phone calls because we knew that just sending something out initially and then waiting to see if we were going to have a lower response rate was not the right approach. And so we sent out the electronic phone call or electronic survey and then immediately followed up with phone calls. But for this survey, we did also do phone calls during the summer to gather additional feedback, because when we did our preliminary analysis of the data, we recognized that it was not fully representative. But I will acknowledge, though, like one limitation of the survey is the fact that we were having Welcome Center staff and like a small subset of individuals who were working through the summer making those phone calls. And so it was not possible to reach all families just given the number of individuals who were making the phone calls. But we were having an increased effort to make the data more representative.
So thank you, Sylvia. I appreciate that. So I'm not to dig too deep into this, just I don't understand what you're saying. So you said that the survey was delivered, and you also say that you have phone calls in the delivery of the survey where people ask the people that you reach, specifically targeting other demographics. You ask the same questions of the survey. But correct. When you're giving us the results of the survey, you're telling me that the demographics are not inclusive. But
I'm telling you that they're still not completely representative. That's correct. Because we were making phone calls, but we were not, I'm acknowledging that we couldn't reach all families, just given the time frame and the staff that we were working with. Limited number of individuals making those calls during the summer. But right. That's one of the reasons why we had an entire force making phone calls for this push for the fall, to make sure that we could reach every family in the district, or make many attempts to reach every family in the district.
Okay, thank you, Sylvia. The other comment that I have is that, and I hope that I will see more of this within the presentation, is I feel the need to get a little bit more of the qualitative data, more of the storytelling about what's happening, because I just feel like plain numbers, and I really don't see what's happening with the families through the numbers by themselves. Some of the examples that I can mention of comments that I have parents telling me is that, for example, a parent that has a second grader tells me that the teacher of the second grader is giving a full days of work to do, and the parent says, I cannot do that. I cannot be working the whole day with my child. The child is only going to pay attention for 20 minutes. For 20 minutes. So the teacher tells the parent, yes, you gotta give the child a break. And says, yes, no, I cannot do that. I am doing 2 hours of working here with the child to see if he can get everything done in these 2 hours, and then I have to work, and it's easier for me just to tell the child, don't move, get down there, and not being looking at things that you have to do for school. That's one story that I got. Another story was a parent for 2 children, one elementary school, one in kindergarten or very close to that. One has device, the other didn't have the device. Then they get the device for the 2 kids. Then one has the device and the other has the hotspot. And then one is connected to the hotspot. The other one hotspot doesn't work. And then finally they get 2 hotspots for the 2 kids. So now the 2 kids have hotspot. One is bored. The other one is not wanting to do what they have to do. So they start fighting over the other activities that they have to do. Then when they finally figured out technology, the father is telling me, when is this going to be over? This is just too hard. Those are the kind of things that I'm getting from parents, and I still wanted to figure out how they fit within the data and the collection of information that you have. And I really wanted to suggest that you include more of this qualitative data into these reports to make them more human.
I absolutely can. And if you do you're interested too, Monica, in seeing some more of the themes from these results, as well as the other quantitative data that speaks to access to technology and devices, as well as questions. We also had questions about parent perception of the amount of time students spent working as compared to staff and student perception. I can provide that to you because that was all included on the survey. For the purpose of this presentation, we were just trying to keep it at a high level. But yes, we can definitely include more qualitative going forward.
Yeah, just one more last thing about that. I understand that. I understand that you have gotten that. but I'm getting such a diverse opinions from parents that I would also like that parents have the opportunity to see the variety of opinions that we get when we present it to them. And I think that is just in the better of all you, so everybody in our community understands the magnitude of the diversity of situations that we have in our district right now facing with this situation. I'm done, thanks.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Monica. Shannon, you'll always be second. Go ahead.
I want to say thank you for your intentional outreach. I received phone calls, voice messages, emails. I saw it on the Facebook, on social media, trying to reach out to people to have an opportunity to have their voice heard. So thank you very much for doing that. It is tough. I hear from parents, and nobody is in an ideal situation right now. So thank you for all the efforts you guys are putting in to listen to people and to find the best solution possible given the circumstances that we're in. So thank you guys.
Natalie, you'd be next.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Huff, for, again, the way that you share this data with us in a way that's very understandable. And of course, I'd like to see more qualitative data. Who doesn't love to hear the stories behind this quantitative data, but to be able to just see these snapshots and really, especially to see it as we're going into this planning for this next year. In fact, I read the plan for next year and then read saw the slides that you had, and I was like, oh, check, take care of that, take care of that. So it's just really always wonderful to see how important parent and student and teacher / staff feedback is to all of you in this district. You know, we had a child in elementary last year and one in middle school and one in high school. And so we kind of got the gamut of all of it. And, you know, really what resonated with me that we experienced in my household was that technology was the hardest part for elementary, and like is shown in this survey. And so the question I have is, I know we just in our consent agenda approved the purchases of a whole bunch of computers, and we've been talking about that all summer. So what's the status of one-to-one for our elementary students for this year?
So for that, I will defer to either Gary or Ryan.
In the next presentation, we are going to talk about technology. So if it would be okay, could we hold that question till then?
Yes, no problem. Thank you, Gary. And then the two that really stuck out to me for secondary, engagement at 62% not satisfied, and instruction and academics 52% not satisfied. That is, I would say in general, that's what we saw as well as a family here, that really our elementary, the elementary teachers were much more either able or adept at really connecting and engaging. And I think it's, you know, secondary, you have so many students and such a very wide variety of classes. But, you know, I think especially to keep that rigor and to see that that's one of the first things that was said in the new plan is that we need to make sure that we're keeping the rigor up for students. That was great to see. And I think the thing that stood out the most for me in both elementary and secondary was social emotional learning. And so again, that's something I know we're going to talk about when Superintendent Jett does his presentation. So those were scary numbers to me, and I know we all feel scary when it comes to social emotional well-being right now, and especially our kids. So just thanks for being honest about where we are, and for parents to be willing to say honestly where we are so that we can all get better together. Thank you, Dr. Huff.
Thank you.
Les, you'll be next.
No questions. Great job. Thank you.
Al, you'd be next.
So I have a whole semi-trailer full of questions, but in most cases, they're the same questions that you guys have because we're all learning together. So I'll wait for the next presentation to hear how we're going to address them.
Thank you, Al, for not backing that trailer up. Zach, you're next.
I'll keep my questions in Al's trailer for now too, if there's room.
Thank you. My comments are, I just want to kind of echo what Natalie and Shannon both said. I like to see honest data, and I like to see that you already took the next step to make improvements on the areas of need. So that was great. And thank you for really reaching out in the fall. So I also will hold my questions for the next part. Anyone else have any comments? All right. Seeing none, thank you, Dr. Huff. Thank you, Lori, and thank you, Ryan. We will move on to our next item, item number 2, fall planning update. It's going to be presented by Superintendent Willie Jett, and I believe several cabinet members may pitch in.
Thank you, Ryan Cox. Good evening, Chair Polreese, members of the board, and community members tuning in from home. Tonight, we will present our return to school plans. Our plans were formed according to the governor's safe learning plan and through feedback we gathered from our families, students, and staff. We will be making our recommendations for our return to school, having prioritized health and safety, academic rigor and routines, equitable access and opportunity for all students, and social emotional connections. What we'd love is for all of our students to be back in school. But what we'd love to do and reality are two different things. Some families want all of our students back in school every day. Some families are apprehensive about their children returning to school, and some have life-threatening conditions that absolutely prevent their return to school at all. And folks, our staff have similar feelings. The bottom line is that there's a safety factor, a human life consideration. We can assure you that we listen to input, design plans that we believe best meet the needs of our community, and we will adjust plans as our community health changes. These are complicated decisions, and we appreciate the engagement of our families, students, and staff through the process. Next slide, Ryan. As you can see from the overview, we have a lot of information to share with you. I will first share our recommended plan for our return to school in September. Then you will hear from cabinet members who will provide details about the upcoming school year from their department's perspectives. We know you will have questions for us, and I invite you to ask these questions at the conclusion of the presentation. That's that trailer that you were talking about, Mr. Dahlgren. Next slide, please, Brian. Thank you. Governor Walz released the state's Safe Learning Plan last week. The plan requires school districts to be prepared to fluidly transition between in-person, hybrid, and distance learning plans. School districts are required to provide a full distance learning option also. In-person learning means that our students and staff will return to our school facilities and follow their typical daily and hourly schedules. A return to in-person learning means that our buses and classrooms will be at full capacity and opportunities for social distancing will be limited. Hybrid learning provides a combination of in-person and distance learning designed to address health and safety concerns. In distance learning, instruction, course materials, and assessments are conducted virtually. No students or staff come to the school buildings in person. This year's distance learning model, which we call Distance Learning 2.0, will be more structured compared to the spring. It will have daily face-to-face virtual interaction and require students to follow their typical daily schedules. To determine the learning model, Governor Walz provided a decision-making matrix. The matrix looks at the number of COVID-19 cases per 10,000 people reported over 14 days. According to the state's decision-making matrix provided last week, if we were to start school now, elementary would be full in-person, which is what we were all accustomed to. Every student, every staff. And at the secondary level, our 6th through 12th grade students, they would be in hybrid. It's important to note that Governor Walz's Safe Learning Plan allows districts to make decisions that depart from the decision-making matrix, provided they are choosing a more, not less, restrictive learning model. Next slide, Ryan. Now, based on input gathered from our families and staff, we learned that our community is not comfortable with a full return of in-person learning for all K-5 students. To bring all K-5 students back to school this fall, our buses and classrooms will be full, and our ability to provide social distancing would be greatly limited. However, we know how important it is to bring our youngest and most vulnerable learners into our schools as much as possible. After thorough facilities and transportation studies conducted by independent outside experts, we determined that we could bring kindergarten through second grade students back to school while alternating days for our grades 3 through 5, and still provide social distancing at 50% capacity. As you can see from this slide, at the elementary level, we recommend bringing our K through 2 students, our beginning multilingual learners, and some special education students back to school 4 days a week. And our 3rd through 5th graders would attend on alternating days on an A-B schedule. Fridays for kindergarten through 5th grade, our elementary level students, would be learning from home. At the secondary level, 6th through 12th grade students, they would attend on an alternating days on an A-B schedule, with Friday being learning from home. Again, some of our students who receive special education and English language instruction will attend school 4 days a week. Our team will provide further details about these models, along with information on what to expect on Fridays later in this presentation. Next slide, Ryan. Oh, he's already there. Well, I think so. Okay. We know these are uncertain, unprecedented times. This reality requires all of us to be flexible in our planning. We will review our learning models on a frequent basis. We will review county health data consistently. Also, we will gather input from families and staff at the end of each trimester. We've reviewed the basics of the Safe Learning Plan, and you've heard our recommendations for our return to school. To repeat, at the elementary level, kindergarten through second grade students will attend 4 days a week and learn from home on Fridays. Grades 3 through 5 will attend school on an alternating day schedule, A-B, A-B, and learn from home on Friday. At the secondary level, grades 6 through 12, we will attend school on an alternating day schedule, A-B, A-B, and learn from home on Friday. We will assign families to A days and B days by last name, or alpha. What this plan provides, first and foremost, is the prioritization of health and safety, our youngest learners, and learners with special needs. It also gives families and students the opportunity to prepare for the upcoming year. Later this evening, our family guide will be posted on our district website. The family guide will contain the information covered in this presentation. We know our families and staff will have many questions about our plans, and we've designed a series of interactive town halls that will take place over the coming weeks. You'll hear from our cabinet members to understand how these plans impact our students, staff, and families. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Sylvia Huff.
Thank you. So I will spend some time talking about the ways that we have been listening to our community. Over the past few months, we have been collecting data and just information in a variety of ways. And the individuals that we have been listening to have consisted of our students, our families, our staff. And this has taken place through a multitude of surveys, phone calls, listening sessions, as well as bargaining group meetings. And on the next slide, you will see the timeline that outlines the process that we've taken. You can go ahead, Brian. And so listed first, the spring distance learning feedback survey that happened at the end of May, which is the data that we just reviewed. Then during the month of June, we sent out a survey to all district staff that was titled the COVID-19 survey. And the purpose of this survey was to just get a sense of our staff who were planning to return to the school in the fall. And that was sent out K-12, and we received 760 responses. And at that particular period of time, 87% of the individuals who responded indicated that they intended to return to buildings in the fall. Then in July, we sent out the fall planning questionnaire for families. This particular questionnaire went out to families K-12, and for our elementary families, it was also immediately followed up with phone calls. We made at least 3 attempts by phone to every family that we did not receive an electronic survey response from. The purpose of this particular questionnaire was to determine at that time in July, parents' willingness to send their children back under the hybrid model compared to the in-person model, because at this particular point, we received that initial guidance from the state that indicated these are the 3 scenarios that you need to plan for: everyone back, everyone remote, or a hybrid of the 2. And so with those models in mind, we sent out that initial questionnaire just to determine families' willingness to send back under a hybrid model compared to an in-person model. And also included on that questionnaire were questions about access to internet, questions about transportation, and other information that could be used for operational planning, thinking about having 50% capacity. Strategically, how many students could we fit in a building with spacing in mind? And so we used that as a starting point for a lot of those conversations. Then later in July, we conducted community listening sessions, and these listening sessions took place with our staff. We had family listening sessions, K-12. We had listening sessions with our secondary students, and we also had specific listening sections with members of our Latinx community, as well as with our Somali elders. With the community listening sessions for K-12, we had a total of 456 families who participated and provided their thoughts just pertaining regarding return to school. So they shared their concerns, their frustrations, their ideas, and we took note and digested and processed all of that information. Then around the same time frame in July, we launched the Thought Exchange. And the Thought Exchange was our virtual platform that allowed families to engage with each other. And so they responded to a prompt basically asking what our district needs to consider to make sure that families and their students feel safe and supported returning to school. And so we were interested in hearing any thoughts or concerns about the different scenarios, and families were invited to share in a virtual conversation. And that consisted of families who would just make one response and then never log onto the platform ever again, or other families who were actively engaging in conversation back and forth with each other. It was also similarly structured to like a social media type platform where families could like other people's responses and rate other responses. And so all of that information was gathered as well. And during the Thought Exchange, we had a little over 700 parents who participated. Thought Exchange was open pre-K-12, so we also had data coming in from our early childhood families providing their thoughts. And over 900 unique thoughts were shared, and even more ratings were provided and likes were assigned to the different comments. And so once the governor made his announcement last week and provided his matrix, shortly thereafter, another survey went out this past weekend, which was the K-5 Safe Learning Plan survey. And this particular survey only went out to our elementary staff and families. The purpose of the K-5 survey was to get a sense of families' willingness to send their students back, now having more clarification on the matrix provided by the governor and the different models. So knowing at that point that the current health data put us in a certain category where all elementary students could return to school, we wanted to see families' willingness to send their students back completely in person at full capacity with full buses, as well as their willingness to send their children back in a hybrid model with 50% capacity and so forth. And so we sent that specifically to our elementary families and then also our elementary staff, because we wanted to also get a sense of our elementary staff's level of comfort with returning to a situation where it was a full capacity classroom versus a hybrid scenario. And then finally, we will be closing a survey this evening that was sent out to our immersion families, gathering additional input regarding programming and more specific planning details that are for immersion instruction. All right, so the image on the right is a visual representation of the Thought Exchange virtual platform. And it really shows you how interconnected our families have been with each other through this process, in addition to us being connected with our families. And so the way that you interpret this is that each purple icon is an individual, so it's supposed to be a person. And those blue icons are thought bubbles or like quotations, like quotes. And so you can see the connection between each person and a quote. And so on the periphery, those represent the families or individuals who might have just made one thought, put in one comment, and then maybe they were done exchanging, or maybe they liked someone else's comment and that was it. The more densely populated region towards the center shows the families who were engaging consistently with each other. So not only were they providing their own unique comments left and right, they were also responding to comments that were made, rating others' comments, liking them. And so it's just a pretty cool representation of how all of this information is interconnected and taken together. From the multitude, or you can go back to that slide, please, Ryan, thank you. From the multitude of ways that we solicited information and input from our stakeholders, there were common themes that emerged throughout. So regardless of if it was from our surveys, the K-12 listening sessions, our conversations with the Latinx community, the same key areas consistently emerged. And so we'll go through each of those pretty briefly. And then you'll also notice later in the presentation that many of these areas are also headers and topics that will be addressed in more detail by other members of cabinet later on. And so as it relates to health and safety, one of the things that we noticed off the bat was that this was a primary concern of all stakeholders involved. And for our parents in particular, it was not just the health and safety of their children, but also the staff in our district. It is very evident that our families love our staff, they love the teachers, and so there was a lot of consideration shown and concern shown for the well-being of teachers. Also related to health and safety were concerns around cleaning and sanitizing and wanting to know what our expectations and what our procedures would be for cleaning and sanitizing, and whether or not that mapped up with what their hopes for sanitizing and cleaning would be. Families also tended to express a need for clearly outlined protocols for illness and exposure. Many of our families desire screening procedures and to have those clearly outlined to them, and also clear points of contact, knowing who is the point person and who they would reach out to if a situation arises. Questions about ventilation, and then also concerns about open spaces, so hallways, especially at secondary, also recess and just areas in the buildings where students would tend to group and be in larger numbers. In terms of the rigorous academic expectations and routines, there was a consistent request for expectations around attendance, also a need for accountability. And so when looking at some more of the qualitative data, we had families who indicated that online learning was a struggle for their child. So if we selected an online, if we moved into an online like a hybrid model or an in-person model, knowing that those days that their kids would be home, or if we were fully remote, those days that their kids would be home would likely be a struggle. One parent indicated that their kid was just burnt out from looking at the computer screen, and that they admittedly started to let that slide because they sympathize with their child staring at the screen. And so requests for manipulatives for students and other deliverables. In terms of also related to the rigorous academic expectations, a need for accountability, and a need for synchronous learning, which again also emerged from the distance learning survey data that we just reviewed. An interesting one for me was the request for a daily routine. And this request was from parents, but it was also emphasized by our secondary students. So the students on their own during their listening sessions with their building admin expressed the need for routine and were able to verbalize the fact that they would appreciate more structure if we were in some form of a hybrid model, or if we had to go into a distance learning model, that they would want that built into whatever plan we implemented. And in terms of effective instruction, the desire for frequent face-to-face meetings and interactions with teachers. This was something that came out of every single survey, listening session with every stakeholder group that took place, wanting to have more face-to-face time if we were having any days that would be remote, knowing that that would be essential. Clear plans for students on IEPs was another. There were parents who indicated that they have more than one child, and so having to jeopardize helping their student with special needs learn as well as their other students is a challenge. And so making sure that the plan for helping students with IEPs is also prioritized and something that is considered and is a forefront of our planning. Asking us not to forget about specials, and also just making sure that parents have a way to communicate with teachers and vice versa. In terms of the meaningful social connections, again, the need for interaction. So student to teacher, but also that peer-to-peer interaction. At secondary, we had quite a few comments related to encouraging and wanting to see middle and high school activities. So making sure that if we were back in school in any way, shape, or form, that students would have the opportunity to participate in activities. Also, the need for mental health supports, additional mental health supports than what were provided previously, and more opportunities for collaborative learning. And again, during those listening sessions, many of our stakeholders, staff, as well as parents had suggestions for what that could look like. So in terms of collaborative learning, it could be just small video group chats, living documents, working on projects together, or even virtual books to actually get to engage with each other. Communication was another theme in terms of the request for transparency and also frequent communication from the district, from building admin, and from teachers, and as well as family and parent support. With family and parent support, we had requests that emerged for help with technology, developing tutorials that can help families understand how to use the district devices, that can show them how to access different like Schoology and their different platforms and portals so that they can help support their students. There was also the request from some of our families to continue our parent support hotlines. And so the need to have those hotlines available in English, Spanish, and Somali to help all families and answer their questions more readily so that they can best support their families. And then finally, the last main area regarded scheduling and family and staff requests for a need for consistency during uncertain times. And by consistency, making it emerge, it was very evident that that type of consistency that was being referred to was just not abruptly switching. So if the district selected an AB model, a week later, please don't switch to AABB. Taking into consideration parent schedules and the other factors into it so that they can also plan accordingly, so that staff can plan accordingly. And then related to that, listening to families who have children in different grade levels and understanding the need for, if at all possible, having students attend school on the same days during a hybrid situation. And so those were the common areas. And again, you'll hear how many of those topics will be addressed in the coming slides. When we look at some of the quantitative data, in particular, the more recent survey that was just distributed over the weekend, you can see the results of parents' level of comfort, or willingness rather, to send their students back. And so the two graphs presented on the screen represent two different questions. Parents were asked their willingness to send their child back to school under a full capacity model, in-person model, and then a separate question asking their willingness to send their child to school under a hybrid model. And so at the elementary level more recently, you can see that 75% of our parents who participated in this survey were willing to send their children back to school under a hybrid model, compared to only 59% who were willing to send in a full in-person model. And this data reflected 78% of all of our kindergarten through fifth grade families, because again, we know that just sending out the survey electronically does not reach all of our families. And so we had staff, amazing staff throughout the district, calling families, reaching out, asking these questions to gather that data. And when you take this information in combination with the multitude of qualitative data that we received, again, the fact that health and safety is a primary concern of our families continues to rise to the top and helps to explain the difference in terms of the numbers that you're seeing reflected here. And just having that ability to space students out more and have just the extra room. We also broke down some of our K-5 results by grade band. And so presented here is a Tualahi to Lincoln comparison so that we could get a sense of how K-2 parents feel in terms of their preference between in-person and hybrid compared to third through fifth grade parents. And so this data was taken from one of the last questions on the survey, which basically asked parents for their preference. So parents were given the option to choose between in-person, hybrid, or indicate that they were going to enroll their child in the Distance Learning Academy. The families who selected Distance Learning Academy are not reflected in this data. So this is just looking at parents who were considering if they had a preference for the start of school between in-person, full in-person, and hybrid, what would you prefer for your child? And what we're seeing here is that for our third through fifth graders at Lincoln, 60% of the parents preferred a hybrid model for their third through fifth grade students. But when we look at it for K2, there was almost a 50-50 split in terms of families' preferences between those two, excuse me. And so it's clear that there is this developmental shift and a shift between the early elementary levels to the later elementary years, where parents are then tending to more prefer the hybrid model in terms of being appropriate for their student. And this data was also used then to inform the model that Superintendent Jett just announced in terms of the difference in approach for K2 students versus 3-5 students under our hybrid model. We also sent out that K-5 survey to the staff most recently to see if 87% were still planning to return this fall or if those numbers had changed. And so based on this most recent survey results, and we found that 56% of all of the K-5 staff who responded indicated that they have serious concerns for their personal health and safety about working in a school full-time and would prefer a hybrid model. And then you can also see those percentages broken out by licensed and non-licensed staff. The main thing to point out, though, is that when looking at the qualitative data and going through the data from the staff feedback sessions, it is very, very clear that all of our staff are excited to support our students, instruct our students, and be back with their students. They just want to do so in a safe manner. And so that's reflected in the qualitative data as well as the quantitative data. And finally, we will briefly talk about some of our secondary family results. This data was taken from the survey that went out in July to our secondary families. And so in terms of willingness to send students back full-time in person versus hybrid, because again, at this point, when this survey was first disseminated, we had not yet received the governor's July 30th announcement and any of that data. And so even at that time, 80% of our secondary families were willing to send students to school in a hybrid model as compared to only 67% full-time. And looking at the feedback or input rather from the different listening sessions and the surveys, families and students expressed concerns about the open spaces and hallways. And so that's one reason that a hybrid was preferred for secondary. Also, hybrid was very popular among the parents of students at those transition years or entering into middle school and entering into high school, as well as for our seniors. And looking at the specific parent and student responses, students were expressing the desire to have like an authentic high school experience or have the senior year experience. And so if that could not be done so in a safe manner in terms of all students being back full time, then a hybrid model would at least allow them to be able to be in school some days and still possibly participate in activities and have more of an authentic experience in terms of their senior year or their freshman year, while also being able to be socially distant and to follow some of those other protocols and measures. Families and students express desire for more peer interaction, which we've already covered, as well as the opportunity for activities. And then also, as we've highlighted, both parents as well as students requested more structure, just a daily routine. And so you'll hear about the overarching themes consistently through this presentation of the health and safety, rigorous expectations, and so forth. And that just the ways that we're keeping them at the forefront of all of the models that you will hear presented today. And so with that, I will turn it over to Tracy Bowe, who will discuss health and safety.
Okay, good evening, board members. Since the emergence of this coronavirus earlier this spring, we've been focusing from a human resources standpoint on the health and safety of our staff as our primary focus. And in addition to that, as we think about going into the fall, it's really going to be critical that we attend to the health and safety expectations for all staff if we're going to be able to sustain in-person learning for our students. So the key things on our list in terms of staff expectations around health and safety are probably not surprising because they are just becoming the way of the world for all of us as we conduct our lives in public spaces. The first one being all of those safety protocols. Social distancing, hand washing, respiratory hygiene, and personal protective equipment for staff, and that will really depend on the staff position. But we've been busy with the support of our buildings and grounds folks ordering all of the PPE that we need for our staff. All district employees will be required to wear a mask or a facial covering inside district buildings based on the governor's order. We've developed an online symptom and exposure check-in form and a kind of a daily status form modeled after what we did last spring when all of our staff were sent home and working from home. You'll recall from our reports last spring that every staff member did a check-in form on their home device or their phone every day that told us what their status was. And so we've modified that form to be able to do online kind of symptom and exposure checking with every employee before they even begin to think about reporting to a building, and also to tell us what their status is from day to day so that we have an active dashboard of data from all of our staff based on the buildings that they serve in. We'll be continuing to conduct on-site temperature screening for both staff and students as students return and staff return for the fall. We'll be very clear with our staff and with our families, for that matter, that we don't want students or employees to report to work if they're symptomatic, and we'll be asking staff members that become ill while at work to leave work immediately so that we avoid exposures that could result in quarantines of large numbers of staff. Anybody that is COVID positive, COVID exposed, or otherwise that we're concerned about might be a health or safety risk to the community, we'll be taking that direction in a very clear way from HR. And so we're really centralizing the way that we're gathering that data from employees and then the way that we're responding to employees. So it doesn't get diffused across all sites and all supervisors. So we can be really, again, coherent in terms of our expectations for staff. And then the final thing is the district COVID-19 response team. The governor's order requires that we have COVID coordinators at every site. Those jobs will be performed by our school nurses at each site, and those will be attending to the issues related to students. But as it relates to staff, we will have a district level team that will meet regularly and look at those data dashboards every day to know how many new cases that we may have in the district or in any particular school, and how many staff or students are quarantined because of exposures, so that we can monitor our ability to continue to conduct business in a reasonable way. Go to the next slide. I wanted to do a clarification. During the governor's press conference on July 30th, the Lieutenant Governor Flanagan talked about employees' ability to request a work at home option under the governor's order. And if I draw your attention to the governor's specific order at paragraph 13, it talks explicitly about that issue. And as you can see, it talks about consistent with labor agreements, consistent with district needs, how many staff we could accommodate in a work at home position, what your job is in the district. Some jobs lend themselves better to work at home options than others. But all of that has to be taken into consideration as employees request those accommodations for medical issues, whether those are their own medical issues or a medical issue in their household. And so the long and the short of that is that I have notified all of our employees last week and provided them with detailed information about how that process will work. And it's effectively an ADA, Americans with Disabilities Act, request for an accommodation. And we will prioritize staff with those medical conditions for consideration for work at home options where those are available. We may have some of those options available with the Distance Learning Academy, as some students will choose to learn at home all the time, and we can assign staff to service those students that may have those medical issues. So knowing how many of those positions we have will really depend on how many students end up in the Distance Learning Academy. And then again, as we look at each employee situation on a case-by-case basis, we'll determine whether or not there's options for them to be accommodated. Next slide. All of our employees are understandably concerned about how they may be impacted economically. Should they become sick, or should they become exposed, or should something happen in their school that would require them to stay home. And so I'm just sharing that we have all of these kind of safeguards in place for our employees. First is the federal leave, the emergency paid sick leave act that the federal government put into place. That is in effect till the end of December of this year. And any staff member that qualifies under that act because they have a COVID-related absence for themselves or for caring for a close family member would have the entitlement to 10 days of paid leave available to them. In addition to those 10 days, there's also sick leave provisions, obviously, in all of our contracts and employee guidelines by employee group. In addition, if an employee becomes ill, they of course would be protected by the Family and Medical Leave Act if they're an eligible employee under that act. And also part of the federal changes this year was an extension of the Family and Medical Leave Act for individuals who have school-age children learning at home if schools were to be closed. And so there's some additional provisions under the Family and Medical Leave Act that provide some supports for families in that circumstance. But in large part, the way that we will accommodate families that have concerns, employees or their family members that have concerns, will be under an ADA type of analysis where we will take each employee's medical situation and review their job requirements and the accommodations that might be reasonable for that employee. So that process is underway, and employees are working with HR at this time to start to get us that information as we prepare for the start of the school year. I will turn it over to Carol Potter.
Thanks, Tracy. In student services, we are working on obviously the student side end of things. And so we have been working really hard at designing what we are calling care rooms, which are isolation rooms for students presenting with symptoms of COVID-19. And these will be housed at each site. And so as Tracy mentioned, our nurses are going to be, our licensed school nurses will be our COVID coordinator at the building site. And so in conjunction with them and a regional team, we are making decisions on whether school can be open, closed, a classroom is open, closed, etc. And so we have created that decision-making tree with our cabinet team and are making decisions based on the number of students that will be affected and the number of staff, as Tracy mentioned, that will be affected. Our technology team is also helping us create options in Skyward for tracking students, tracking their illness, so we can trace these exposures. So once students have been exposed to COVID, we then need to go back and figure out who they have come in contact with, and then we go to the decision-making matrix of how we're going to handle those situations. So with that, we have also designed family and staff notification of exposure so that we are right on top of, one, identifying who is contacted, two, how do we get information out to families so that we can do it in a timely manner so we know what our next steps are at the building.
The Buildings and Grounds Department has been working on plans for enhanced cleaning. This includes cleaning protocols, equipment, cleaners, and disinfectants. CDC guidance and MDH guidance is being used for this planning. The department has also been working on mitigation strategies such as airflow throughout the building, installation of hand sanitizer stations, disabling water fountains, and replacing hand dryers with paper towel dispensers. The Transportation Department's been doing similar planning. This includes enhanced cleaning protocols and airflow using windows and roof vents when weather permits. After all, we're in Minnesota. They're also developing modified ridership procedures such as assigned seats and loading from back to front and disembarking the bus from front to back. Space in schools is being examined. We're working with an architect to look at all usable instructional space in order to provide the needed social distancing. We're looking at areas that wouldn't normally be instructional areas that possibly could be. The architects are also examining the ventilation. For instance, we know that negative pressure is good to use to avoid cross-contamination. So they're looking at where we should be doing that. And they're also looking at and planning for hallway traffic flow so that students and staff can travel throughout the building safely. And as Dr. Huff pointed out, that was one of the questions and concerns that came up in the survey.
So you've heard a lot about the stakeholder input that we've gathered. You've heard a lot about our safety plans and why are we doing it? It really is about our instruction. It's about ensuring that we have that effective instruction so that our students can learn. It really is about the learning for our students. When we think about effective instruction, we know that we have to invest in professional development for our staff. We need to make sure that every teacher feels secure in any model that we're in, that their instruction is rigorous, they're comfortable with their resources and know how to adapt them in whichever model we're in, that they have the best instructional strategies, they are poised in student and parent engagement, the use of technology as tools, and that they know how to implement those health and safety protocols. We're working real closely for multi-department professional development plans that we can offer for our teachers in August and also throughout the year. all of our instruction, we want to make sure that our students keep moving forward and keep progressing. So our focus really is on those standards that have been identified for each grade level and each content area. And meaningful instruction. You heard some of our survey results, and our teachers really did an amazing job last year at totally revamping how they have ever taught in a short amount of time, but we know that we need to get better at making sure that our instruction is meaningful. So our teachers will be working on making sure that their lessons are engaging, that they're purposeful, that our students and our families have frequent feedback, that we offer instruction both in whole group, small group, and individually. Another piece that we heard in our surveys, we use the word synchronous and asynchronous a lot. And synchronous means that learning's happening at the same time. So our teachers would be interacting with the students in face-to-face opportunities. Asynchronous is when our students would be working on their own. What we heard in those surveys was that we need more synchronous time. We will make sure that our learning opportunities when our students are at home will be more scheduled and that routines will be established. And then those interactions, both with our teachers and from peer to peer. We need opportunities for our students to be able to interact with each other in projects, in team aspects, in small groups, and again, individually with our teachers. And I want to spend just a little bit of time talking about the Flex Fridays that Superintendent Jett mentioned at the beginning. This too was also based on that survey feedback when we tried the special days on Wednesdays. Each Friday will be designated for an at-home learning opportunity. The day provides an opportunity for all students to not have new assignments and lessons, but to get individual or small group support from their teachers, go deeper in their learning, or collaborate with their peers on projects. Everything needed for the day will be in Seesaw and Schoology, and time will be established for teacher and student interactions on Fridays. Teachers will also have time on Fridays for additional professional development, collaboration and co-planning time. Our team meetings will take place, like building assets, reducing risk or BAR at our high schools, and preparing for the upcoming week, because we know that it does take extra work to prepare for both in-person and online activities. And now our assistant superintendents are going to share some more of the details with you for that.
Good evening. I'm going to start off by sharing about elementary. Per the safe learning goals of the Minnesota Department of Education, we are to prioritize in-person learning for our young learners if health conditions allow. We know that in-person learning is most conducive to meeting the needs of young learners. Therefore, as you learned from Superintendent Jett, our goal is to bring our kindergarten through second grade learners to school in person 4 days a week, with Friday being a distance learning day. Students will participate in art, music, and Phi-Ed in person on the days that they are in school and virtually on Fridays. I want to let you know that we also do plan to have students participate in recess. We know that there have been questions about that. We know that we will have to develop some protocols around that, but we plan to participate, have young learners participate in recess. Also, I want to let you know that per the guidance of MDE, we will limit visitors to the building at our elementary buildings to ensure the health and safety of our students and our staff.
Good evening. As you can surely imagine, our secondary schools are going to look different this year. And the changes that I'm going to talk to you about are because we are prioritizing the health and safety of our students and our staff. The first change that you can expect is that our secondary schools, North, South, Tech, and Apollo, will all begin at 9 o'clock. Our student day begins at 9 o'clock, and our student day ends at 3:45. At McKinley, our day will start at 8:30 and end at 3:15. This allows our transportation folks some time to sanitize our buses between the elementary routes and the secondary routes. Also, our daily schedule will change. Instead of attending 6 classes plus lunch and study, we're going to only attend 3 classes for longer periods of time. And we made this decision for 2 reasons. First, it eliminates the number of transition students we're making in a day, and thus it limits the potential for exposure, and it allows for easier contact tracing. Also, on an AB-AB model, we know that if there were any potential exposures on the A day on Monday, it gives us a full 24 hours before students are due to return on Wednesday to be able to do the contact tracing and the communication with our families. Finally, we heard from our students and our staff that if we were to do distance learning at any point, maintaining 6 classes for our secondary students is really challenging. It's a lot of organization. So by only asking them to focus on 3 classes at a day at a time, it gives our students a lot more time to be organized and a lot more time with their teachers when they're face-to-face, and they can get more support when they're home. In terms of lunch, we know that's a big deal for our secondary students, and also our elementary, but this will be a time when our secondary students can go to the cafeteria and eat, talk with their peers, but they will do so in a socially distanced way. So we'll be limiting the number of students in our cafeterias, and we may be using some additional spaces in our schools to provide for that social distancing. Finally, arrival and dismissal might look a little different. As our students are arriving, as you heard from Tracy, all of our students and our staffs will be screened for symptoms. And so you may expect to be using some different entrances. And at the end of the day, we'll be using a staggered release and dismissal so that our students aren't congregating in hallways. As you heard from Superintendent Jett, the in-person model brings all of our students and staff back into our buses and schools. We know that we're recommending that we bring our secondary students back to school using the hybrid learning model on an AB-AB schedule. And so we are really excited about the opportunities that provides for different ways of instruction and learning and collaborating. Our distance learning 2.0 model provides increased rigor, routine, social interaction, and accountability. While learning from home, students will be required to follow their course schedule. That means that if a class begins at 9 o'clock, typically when they're in person, students will be expected to log in at 9 o'clock and be present when they're with their classmates and their teacher. Our teachers will be providing virtual face-to-face instruction and interaction during that time. And so you can expect that your student might be logged. They will definitely be logged in at the beginning to be counted present and on time. And you can expect that they might be logged on for parts of the day, logged off for parts of the day, but you will see a lot more virtual interaction and a lot more accountability for our students.
From the elementary perspective, hybrid in-person days will include extended time for instruction in reading and in math. There will also be time allotted to prepare for and process at-home learning. Interactive and collaborative activities that can be done safely will be prioritized, as well as there will be time daily for differentiation. Hybrid at-home days will include brief, synchronous connections, at least 1 to 2 times daily. We plan to have predictable, repeated structures for students, including things like independent time for reading and math, math activities such as math workbook time, and literacy performance tasks or projects. Students will also receive directions from their teacher for at-home activities in Seesaw. As Lori Posch alluded to, the hybrid Flex Friday days will include synchronous whole class meetings, morning meetings, so that students can connect face-to-face with their teacher and the rest of their class so that they can get that social interaction. It will also be a time to focus on and celebrate learning together, sharing student projects, and just time to share about what's happening in their lives. Fridays will also allow time for synchronous small group instruction and possibly individual instruction as well. And also then, as I alluded to earlier, it allows for asynchronous time with specialists such as music, phy-ed, and art. The distance learning model, the 2.0, provides routine, structure, and time for teachers and students to interact in such ways as I mentioned earlier, morning meeting, whole group lessons, Asynchronous learning opportunities, or these would be posted activities, paper pencil activities, social and emotional lessons and check-ins, student interaction and collaboration, and time for small group synchronous lessons targeted to meet student needs.
And then we have our Distance Learning Academy. Although there was a requirement included in the executive order and the safe learning plan that each district offer an equitable distance learning model, it's more than just a requirement for us. We are proud to be providing students with a fully online learning opportunity through our District Learning Academy. Our district is proud to offer this 100% option for our students. Families who prefer, either out of preference or out of necessity, the option of distance learning should have received a registration form via email, and parents should register for this program by August 9th. This option is available to families with children who are 4 years old through 12th grade, regardless of the district's decision to return to school in an in-person, hybrid, or distance learning scenario based on the data. Our Distance Learning Academy provides a rigorous, engaging alternative to physically attending school. On the Minnesota Department of Education's website is a frequently asked questions page, and they say in there that school districts must consider their own ability and resources to provide in-person learning, distance learning, or both. And that's what we've had to take into account as we've looked at creating our Distance Learning Academy. So who will our staff be for this? We're not looking for an online program. We are planning to have our own staff as our teachers for our Distance Learning Academy. I think that's really a benefit for our students. As Tracy mentioned, we're gathering that information from our teachers now, our licensed staff, but we know that our teachers may have the opportunity, and our students may also, to be in some cross-building teams based on grade levels and courses that they want to take. All with staying within that guidance from MDE regarding what are our available resources. So not increasing staff, but working and looking at where our staff and our student needs are. Enrollment, as I mentioned, those registration forms have been emailed to families. This information that we gather after August 9th will really guide those staffing decisions. It will guide what our course offerings are and what our program offerings are. At the beginning, I mentioned that the governor has used the words equitable in this, and we really wanted to take a closer look at what that means. So we did some reaching out to the Department of Education, to other districts, to our regional centers of excellence. And what we learned is that the term equitable in establishing this academy is one that takes into account historically marginalized populations and considers potential impact on those groups, ensuring that existing disparities are not worsened. So in other words, it's making sure that we're focusing on the grade level standards, we're delivering all of those standards to our students, and that our students have equitable access to technology. All of our programs for the Academy will be offered at pre-K 5 through our Seesaw platform and grades 6 through 12 through Schoology. Again, we need to see what those enrollment numbers are to determine specifically what courses and options can be offered, but we'll also be looking at how we can be creative to look for options that work for our students and staff. Sylvia mentioned that we sent out the Immersion Family Survey. We have gotten some excellent feedback and input from our immersion families. We will be using that survey information that ends this week. We'll take that feedback from parents in and determine some possible options for programming for our immersion students. And then transitioning. We know that this is brand new for our students. We need to make sure that our teachers receive additional training in how to teach in a distance learning option full-time. We know that we need to make sure that we have a lot of synchronous activities happening and that we take time to really establish the routines for what our students will be doing when they're part of our Distance Learning Academy. And now let's take a look at equitable access as we talk about that. When we think about the equitable access in our English language instruction, our multilingual instruction, we are really planning for our students who receive our English language services and making sure that that planning has been very carefully thought out for all possible scenarios. Superintendent Jett mentioned that we will be bringing in some of our students for additional time during the week. So in addition to our 3rd through 12th grade students coming twice a week, some of our students will be attending school 4 days a week. Our students will receive instruction that's appropriate for their instructional level based on their access testing and on other data provided by the teachers and by families. And it's vital that we have strong collaboration between teachers. It's important that our EL teachers and our classroom teachers work closely together to plan for the language needs of our students. This is part of that time that's set aside on those Flex Fridays that I talked about. And of course, relationships and connections. Strong relationships with students and families is important for all students, but especially important for our students who have some different learning opportunities. We'll be working very closely to ensure that we have a wraparound model for our students and families to make sure that we are meeting their needs and looking at that very, very carefully. I'm going to turn it over now to Ellen to talk a little bit more about some of our supports for our families.
Thank you, Lori. Through our Welcome Center, multilingual families have access to phone lines in which staff speak Somali or Spanish. Additionally, staff can facilitate interpretations with other 742 departments as needed. From the surveys, there were 3 common areas of need and areas for support. First area was general support, just general questions about process, school, etc. The second one was device support. That is where we have questions about technology, hotspots, those types of things. And then the third area was a learning platform support and questions, and that geared towards Seesaw and Schoology. Our goal is to minimize frustration when language can be a barrier. So we are providing that service through our Welcome Center.
In special education, our annual IEPs will be amended to reflect the 3 different learning models that we will have going on. And so families will have 3 different learning grids, or I should say the students will have 3 different learning grids on their annual IEP in case we need to move between the different models. And so all of their accommodations, their modifications, all of those pieces will be addressed in those annual IEPs, and families will be a large part of that decision making, because as Superintendent Jett mentioned earlier, some students may be coming to school 4 days a week, some may be coming 2 days, and some may be in full distance learning. And so we really want to have intentional planning on those IEPs to determine what is most effective for students. Dr. Huff had mentioned that families were concerned about spending a lot of time at home helping their child with unique needs while their other children were also needing help. And so what we want to do is really personalize that instruction so that if families are needing support at home, that we are possibly pairing a paraeducator so that they are also trained to support students, so they could be supporting with access issues, with additional organizational tips for students, etc. And so all of those pieces will be covered when we do those annual IEP meetings for amending that IEP for the 3 different learning models.
In the hybrid model, we not only feed the students at school, we need to ensure that students are being fed while they're at home. As you recall, last spring, when we were in distance learning, we used buses to deliver meals. In the hybrid model, we'll be distributing these meals as students leave for the day. We believe this will get more meals in the hands of students as we have a captive audience. We are also planning for a bus distribution of meals if we would end up in a distance learning situation again.
Speaking about technology, we heard in this spring survey a number of families mentioned access to both devices and the internet were a question or a concern. So this summer we've worked really hard to bring in more devices. In most cases, those devices have arrived and are now being configured, with the final devices arriving very soon. When all the devices are in and ready, we will be able to offer every student in our district K through 12 a device for learning this year. Equally important is not just the computer, but also access to the internet. That's another thing we heard in this spring survey. And so we have already ordered 500 mobile hotspots to be available for our students that lack internet or lack reliable internet in their home. 500 was the number chosen that represents 10% of our families throughout the district.
For childcare, we're going to continue to partner with Boys and Girls Clubs who provide school-age childcare for Tier 1 workers and other 742 families in need of childcare.
We've heard through the survey the importance of meeting the social emotional needs of our students. And so all students, one of the plans that we have for the elementary and the secondary level, but Lori will talk more about that, is for students to be assigned to an adult in the building who will check in with students and their families on a weekly basis regarding their learning needs as well as their social and emotional needs. And this will be an opportunity for staff to ensure that students are getting their learning and, as I said, their social and emotional needs met. I've talked about morning meeting at the elementary schools, and so I won't say much more except that this is a really great way for students to start their day. It's an opportunity to be with their teachers and their classrooms. It's a way to meet their social and emotional needs. And so whether that is in person or through an online learning format, it's a great way to connect with teachers daily and their classmates. And it's an opportunity to really have fun and to interact in a way that meets their social and emotional needs.
As Marcia said, we heard loudly from our community that they want to focus on engagement, and what better way to engage our secondary students than to give them time to collaborate, talk together about issues that matter to them. And we also heard that our community is asking for a significant emphasis on social emotional learning. And we are going to do that through advisory. We have built advisory into our students' schedules, whether they're learning in person at our hybrid model, they're coming to school that day, or whether they're at home. They will have that opportunity to connect with one another and with their advisor. When they're in school, they will be getting SEL curriculum, and that time will also be a great opportunity to be able to go visit with their school counselor, with their chemical health counselor, with their case manager, or potentially even just to get a question answered about math class from their friend sitting next to them. PK-12 social emotional learning is going to be a priority for the upcoming school year throughout all of our learning models. If Marcia's okay with that, I'm just going to say that PK5 lessons are going to focus on the CASEL SEL competencies. And then our 6 to 12 lessons will focus on mental and chemical health, self-awareness, and stress management. And this learning will be reinforced through the staff-student connections of our student support teams that Marcia referenced. We're taking a page out of Apollo's book. They did a beautiful job in the spring where they assigned students to a staff member, and that staff member had a daily or weekly connection with them through text or a virtual meeting or a phone call. And so we'll be doing that at all of our secondaries so that our families know who to go to when they have a question. There's that one person that they know they have access to, and the one person that our students know they have access to.
Yesterday, the Minnesota State High School League met, and we're so glad that they did, because you just heard Lori talk about how important social emotional learning is. And what a better way to end your day is to go outside, participate with your friends, get in the pool, and learn from your coaches. So we're so glad that the Minnesota State High School League had an opportunity to come together and through their frameworks have decided that for the most part, we're going to have fall activities with the exception of volleyball and football. Volleyball and football will take place from March 15th to May 15th, but cross country, tennis, swimming, and boys and girls soccer will all start August 17th. A couple caveats to that is their season will be shortened 20%, and the amount of participation activities, games they can have will be cut by 30%, and in most cases, there's no scrimmaging. The high school league and their board of directors use the following frameworks to guide their decision. Was the health and safety of all of our students was a priority, and the same with our coaches and referees and people working with our student athletes. Provide opportunities that are educationally based and high in participation, demonstrate equity and fairness for all, and apply guidelines consistently. Throughout this, you hear the word prioritize health and safety for our athletes and students.
Tammy Deland.
I'm talking to myself, aren't I? So, in summary tonight, we'd like to reiterate some of the important points that you've heard. First, our return to school plans were formed in alignment with the governor's Safe Learning Plan and through feedback that we gathered from our families, students, and staff. You've heard over and again tonight that the health and safety of our students, staff, and families is our top priority. Based on current health data, we are recommending that our district returns to school in a hybrid learning model. Within this model, K-2 students and some of our students who receive special education and English language instruction will attend in person 4 days each week and have distance learning on Fridays. The students grades 3 through 12 would attend school in person 4 days a week, and again, distance learning on that flex Friday. Students will have an opportunity as well to enroll in the St. Cloud Distance Learning Academy, and this provides fully online virtual learning as an opportunity for our students. We will review our community health data provided by the state every 2 weeks, and that ensures that we are meeting state guidelines set forth in the governor's Safe Learning Plan. If community health data requires us to transition to a more restrictive learning model, we will communicate that change to our families as soon as possible. And finally, our 3 learning models, in-person, hybrid, and distance learning, will provide academic rigor and routines, as well as opportunities for meaningful social, emotional connections. And with that, I believe we're ready for questions.
All right, Monica, we're starting out with you again.
Okay, so the first question that I have is how does, let's say that the governor or the cases go up and then there is a change, or, well, the first question that I have regarding to that is that if the cases go down, how much low do we need them to go to return to another scenario? And then, yeah, and then I'll do the other question.
Monica, if I understand the question, I heard you say if the numbers go down. So that would mean the state would say that there's a more, we're not as restricted. And so if that's what you're asking, we would, use that, or we'd apply the governor's matrix decision-making matrix that we discussed earlier. I don't have that matrix sitting right in front of me, but it would be every 2 weeks we would see that. Like we said earlier, we'd be looking at a consistent moment. So we look at it every 2 weeks. We're going to review with families at the end of the third week. Hopefully that wasn't me with my phone going beep. But the bottom line is the decision would be based on that decision-making matrix.
Okay, so that we don't have any, if the number changes down or up, we don't have any ability to decide ourselves in something, how quick we do the change. But so kind of what I'm going at is that, okay, everybody's used to this thing and everybody's liking it, everybody's in it, and then we have, change tomorrow. So everybody goes and has to figure out life again.
There's no change tomorrow. And so, Monica, I'm going to just replay what I just heard you say. And so understand, according to that matrix, every 2 weeks, the governor in the state of Minnesota is going to release data. So the best way I can answer that is on Monday, we would be, according to what the plan, we start school on a Monday. On Tuesday and Wednesday, we're not going to change unless, and I need to say unless all of a sudden there was an outbreak, unless the number of cases went up, unless all of a sudden in a specific building, a site, a grade level, something happened within our district, then at that moment, yes, we have the ability to make an adjustment at that moment. We are required to have contact with our state, with the Department of Education, MDE, and notify them of that, and we work with them in that scenario. But yes, we have the ability to move quickly. The one thing that is an advantage for us on the alternating schedule, A, B, if all of a sudden something happens in a particular site, just say on an A day, you have a 24-hour moment. So if that was a Monday, you have 24 hours to react because those same students would be in school that following Wednesday, unless it was part of our students through the K through 2 students.
Okay, so do we have the obligation to go to full classroom happening if the cases are low?
We have the ability to return to more students returning to school. That is the ultimate goal, as many students as possible returning to school. We have that ability based on the matrix as we look at the data as it's provided to us every 2 weeks.
Okay, so that was that. In terms of technology, are you preparing trainings for parents and also for people that, so to address some of the issues that they have is one thing is access to technology and the other thing is the ability to use the technology. So are we addressing that?
Gary and Ryan?
Why don't you go ahead and start, Ryan?
It's a great question. Absolutely, we are. We are actually in the midst of creating resources for families to be able to access virtually. We'll have resources on our website, videos that would do step-by-step, also some very simple instructions relating to the device itself during the deployment phase. So a student gets a Chromebook, for example, and in the Chromebook would be a one-sheet paper that would have some very basic instructions to get started. Instructionally, that falls very much into learning and teaching with Lori, and she and her team are working on the instructional piece to support the teachers. Our team will be working on ways to support families with the devices. Yes.
Gary? The only thing that I'd add to that is we've met with some community groups and taken some really good feedback on the best way to communicate, if there are language barriers, the best way to get that information.
What I'd like to add to that, Monica, in terms of we have like a parent academy, we've modeled that in the past. So what I'd like to say is we're also talking about a parent academy as it relates to just back to school. What can you use? We're looking at the opening days of school in terms of how can we meet parents? How can we meet students? Staff meeting with the student and the parent to talk about technology, to work through some of those moments in time, to practice certain things. And so, yes, that's part of our back to school planning in terms of answering your question, Monica.
Thank you, Willie. So the next question that I have is for Tracy. I think that you touched base on this, but I might have missed something. What happens if there is if a employee is not sick but has been in contact with somebody that is been exposed? That person will not go back to the building, and do they still work? I wonder if they will get pay or it will be benefits in that case.
Sure. So we just completed today creating, with the help of Tammy's communications team, some really nice visual guides for what to do if. And it talks about if I've been exposed to someone who's positive, if I've been in close contact with someone with symptoms. And then we have a similar guide that says what to do if I have symptoms. And so those two guides are really clear for staff, and they tell them really explicitly, and they'll be, kind of our HR staple about how we advise people about what to do. So in the case, if someone were exposed to someone who was COVID positive, whether that was at work or at home, they would have to, under the MDH and the CDC guidelines, they would be advised to stay at home for 14 days. During that period of quarantine, they would be entitled, as I talked about earlier, to 10 days of paid leave under the Emergency Paid Sick Leave Act. And then they could also be entitled to their own sick leave if their illness or quarantine extended beyond that. We are also looking at situations where an employee might be exposed at work, and we're finalizing our protocols in that case, because if we have an employee that is exposed at work and they have to quarantine, the first thing that we'll do is evaluate whether or not they can work from home. And for many of our licensed staff, in our instructional programs, we have built that into the soup, if you will, because we know that that's going to be an issue. And so our plans allow to provide teachers to continue to teach in almost all circumstances from home if they're well enough to do that, but they're just in quarantine. And so whether it's a teacher or a non-licensed staff person, the first thing that we'll ask if they have to be quarantined is, can they work from home? If we're talking about a clerical staff, paraprofessional support staff, there are many options for that to happen. It might be more difficult for a nutritional services employee or a custodial employee to do that. But their first evaluation will be, is there a work at home option? If yes, they'll continue to work from home during that time, so there'll be no loss of income in that case. If not, and they exhaust the federal paid leave, we will look at paid administrative leave for those staff if they were exposed at work. If they're exposed at home or in the community, we don't have control over that. They would be left with their own sick leave. But if they came to work and did their job, and because while they were at work they were exposed, they'll use their emergency paid leave from the federal government first. And if that gets exhausted, we will work with them with paid administrative leave if there are no work at home options. We'll do our very best, as we did in the spring, to protect the economic security of all of our staff during this time.
Thank you, Tracy. Now my question is for Lori. I'm wondering, I see that there is an emphasis in reading and math in all this, and I see that there are other changes. And I'm wondering what is given. And by that I mean there is always a trade-off, and what are we losing?
And Monica, I'm thinking you're talking about elementary specifically in what Marcia shared. Is that correct?
Yeah, I was thinking about that, but in general, with all those changes, I think that I will have the same question for Lori Putman as well. But yeah, in terms of elementary, if we can separate it, what are we doing?
Yep. And I would say for secondary, our students will have all of the areas, so not just reading and math. They'll still take their full course schedule. In elementary, we are really designating that in-person time with teachers to have an emphasis on reading and math, but that's not the only thing we're working on. So we will still have social studies, we'll still have science, we'll still have our specialists. We are looking at our days when students are at home to have some opportunities for them to take part in those extension opportunities, those cross-curricular opportunities, and our teachers will work to set them up for success while they're in person, and then they'll be working on that while they're at home. We also are looking at having our specialists create some additional activities and some additional learning for our Flex Fridays for our elementary students. So although we talked about the reading and math part, know that it really is everything, but we want to really capitalize on those two areas when our students are in person.
Okay, thank you. So I'm gonna leave room for the load of questions that Al and Les have. So hopefully they have my rest of my questions, and if not, I'll be back.
Shannon, you're next.
Thank you, guys. The amount of work and details in this is just crazy. You guys have been busy, to say the least. This is very impressive. I do have a couple questions. Staying on the COVID exposure, not on the employee side, but on the student and family side. Is there communication or a channel in place for, say, I have COVID or my son has COVID, can I send my daughter to school?
Carol.
Is there some kind of process or communication?
It's a great question, Shannon. And so at our schools, our licensed school nurses will be the COVID program coordinators. And so they would be the ones that you would contact for such a question there. And they could help answer that. And if it was something that was maybe specifically more detailed than that, we would have that nurse, a licensed school nurse, connect with our COVID response team to support and answer that would help support your decisions as a family. Does that make sense, Shannon?
It does. I'm wondering, is that something that needs to be communicated in the first place? Is that is the answer an automatic yes or a no? Do they need to disclose that? And if they do they know that they need to disclose that?
Those things are part of that decision-making decision tree, that matrix that Tracy was describing earlier. And so it's both for students and for staff. But I think what I hear you asking is that if we would have something that would be more specific just for students coming to school, and it's definitely something that we can look into to separate the two pieces so that matrix could be presented to families up front.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly challenging. I know we're doing some screening and you can't ask, it would be difficult to ask a child like you the questions that you ask an employee. So I see the challenges in there. I just wasn't sure if there was a responsibility or communication to families to disclose that, there is for employees.
We're also examining right now, Shannon, through Skyward, our student system has just developed, and it's just being launched out to school districts for our review, but has developed a symptom check form, kind of like what I'm planning to do with employees. The Skyward system will have a check-in form for students. And so we're evaluating right now whether or not that will be simple enough. It would be like a student might be able to sign on right through their Skyward portal, or a parent could, and do a check-in form each day for their children, similar to what we're doing with employees. So we're looking at that. It's a brand new offering through Skyward, and we're checking to see if that would be a good tool for us as we start the school year.
Okay. Thank you. Next question is about siblings. Sylvia had mentioned that there was parent feedback. And are we arranging schedules so if I have a third grader and a sixth grader that they're going to school at the same time? And that sounds like a scheduling nightmare, but is that what we're defaulting to, or are we waiting for people to request that? And I thought, well, maybe some parents want to separate them, so then when they're at home, they only have to deal with one child. But how are we handling this?
I will jump in on that one. Our amazing counselors are going to support us in that effort. Our default will be that our families will be placed together. So we know that there will be some students with different last names, but that we will make every effort to cluster them together. And then, as you say, perhaps there are some families who need their students to be separated, and then they could communicate that information with our counselors and our administration.
Okay, well, thank you for the extra effort in working with that and being flexible. I'm sure that that's going to be a huge challenge. Then I think my last question is, Adam, are we doing middle school activities similar to high school activities like football in the spring? Is that correct?
Yep, so the Minnesota State High School League just met yesterday. And our high school athletic directors had a conference meeting today at 3 o'clock. So they're still evaluating all that, because with the students only coming 2 days of school, we have to look at how are we getting them there. We know we have money set aside to get them home, but they're having all those big discussions right now. So make sure we can do what we can to keep our students engaged.
Okay, yeah, that's where I was headed with. I realize, so now all of a sudden, certainly myself as a parent, it was difficult to pick them up. Now to get them there on non-school days, and maybe that's not possible to accomplish, but then I would hope that we can at least be somehow accommodating to make sure that students can still participate and be accepted on the days that they can make it there, and that the coaches understand that they're still engaged in the activity. They just can't make it on the other days.
Yeah, we're gonna. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just gonna say we're gonna be very flexible. As you know, we're very student centered, and we want to do what's best for our students. So that's why we want to be thoughtful and just not jump to any one conclusion right now with our middle school activities.
Okay. Okay, that was all my questions. Thank you again. This was very impressive. Thank you.
Natalie, you'll be up next.
Okay, well, can you guys hear me okay? Okay.
Yep.
If Al has a truckload, I think I might have like a train load. So I will do my best to be as thorough and quick as I can here. Really, I like how you laid in that first part out that here's the 5 things we're really going for. And number 3 is the thing, of course, as being the chair of the Achievement, Integration, and Equity Committee, I'm focused a lot on number 3, prioritize our commitment to equity. So a lot of my questions are surrounding that. And really, to piggyback on what Shannon said, I think the most jarring sentence for me in this family guide that a Superintendent Jett sent to us was about that, about the fact that students that are not attending school in person that day will have to find their own transportation to activities. That's not acceptable in the equity lens to me. And so I know we've done such great planning and thinking, and LEAF has been involved. How can we make sure that everyone can get to where they need to be to participate in activities? I know we've done like bus tokens sometimes and things like that. So just wanting to make sure that we are thinking outside of the box and offering families help in that way, and building, like number 5 says, engaging with our community partners to make sure we can do that if possible.
So Natalie, I didn't technically hear a question in that. I heard you sharing a concern. And so that concern is felt by everybody at the cabinet level. You know, the middle school activities and the activities in general. The high school league just made that decision yesterday. And so without doubt, we are a group of individuals, this district, this community is dedicated, has been dedicated, and is passionate about all of our students being able to participate. From a district perspective, yes, because of transportation and the different routes and the 250 square miles, it puts constraints on us to just be able to get our kids to and from school. As it relates to outside agencies, community partnerships, we do that in basically everything that we do. And so, yes, there will be phone calls and conversations with Metro Bus and Leaf and anybody else that would just think about helping to get our students to and from activities. So that is on our radar.
Thank you. That's great to hear, and I'm not surprised that it's on your radar. So talking about those 4 tiers of the cleaning and disinfecting, when it comes to tier 3, it says in the event of a positive case of COVID-19 that has been identified in a student, staff, or public in attendance at the building, the affected area will be closed off. And then there's cleaning. So can you walk me through what if at 10 a.m. all of a sudden I had my son tested, or somehow I figure out that I have it, and I call in and say, hey, I have to come get my children because we've been exposed to coronavirus. Then what happens if he's on the A day at Apollo? What would happen?
That's a Carol and a Gary question.
So why don't I handle the cleaning and the disinfecting first, and then I'll hand it off to my friend Carol. We're still working on our staffing model as far as how many staff we need on during the day. We know that we want to do that deep cleaning in the evening, so we want to make sure that we balance that. And one thing that we used this summer that was successful was we developed what we would call a rapid response team, where we'd pull some district folks within maintenance and some folks from staff that are in buildings where we have a larger maintenance crew to come in and address that right away. And so we'd like to continue that. We've got a couple weeks to fine tune that. We felt that that's probably the best way to get resources there, especially in a building that doesn't have a lot of custodial staff.
The second part of that question, Natalie, I believe you were asking if your child was in school and at 10 a.m. you received a report that they were positive for COVID. Is that correct?
Yeah, or that maybe I've received a report. Yeah, someone in our family, and so he's been exposed. Or someone calls me and says, hey, I know your son was with me last night and now I have tested positive or whatever.
Mm-hmm. And so if your student was in school at 10 a.m., we would obviously remove them from their classroom and check for symptoms of COVID. We don't diagnose at school. And so if you said you were positive and we weren't sure about the student, we would check for symptoms first and then, call you and say, I think it would be a really good idea for you to come and pick them up to also be assessed. At that time, so that's all with the licensed school nurse. So that will all be happening through the health office. And then at that time, we have to evaluate who your student came in contact with. So was it everyone in that classroom? Was it a few students and the teacher? Was it just students? And really nail down where they have moved throughout the school to figure out what our next move would be then. If it was closing the classroom and then Gary comes in with his crew to clean that classroom and we have students move elsewhere, or if it is we make a request for those students to go home that day And so it would really just all depend on all of that contact tracing and how the connections were made. And so there is not one easy answer to give to say, if that should happen, then we do this. We'd really have to look at all the different scenarios around that situation.
Thank you, Carol, and thank you, Gary. In Tier 4, which is multiple positive cases of COVID identified within the school building, what does it look like for student and staff quarantine as far as time frame? And then if there's an outbreak in one section of one school, what does that look like with the county or with CentraCare for testing? So basically my two questions are, what does quarantine look like? What would we suggest to people before coming back to school if we're in AB? And then also, how are we helping to make sure that the testing happens efficiently? Now that we're doing the testing, but how are we working with CentraCare?
So I maybe can help with that too. Sorry, Carol. We developed, as Carol talked about earlier, a matrix that we're now consulting with our public health officials on. We've looked at a variety of different decision tree matrices that say, you know, what do you do if you have one case in one school and we're in this low risk time? What do you do if you have 5 cases but we're in that higher risk range because of the county health data and so on? And the response is a little different depending on each of those scenarios, but we want to have a response matrix that is really specific so that we can act clearly and consistently when those numbers reveal themselves. So if we were to see a cluster of students in a school or a cluster of staff that had a significant number, we would be looking at that matrix to make the decision about whether or not that school should be closed. And it will really depend on a combination of how many kids, how isolated is the outbreak, as Carol said, what does the contact tracing tell us? If they're all in one classroom, we might be able to assume that that's one classroom exposed, and that classroom perhaps would be sent to distance learning for 14 days while we ride out that quarantine period. If those outbreaks look more random throughout the school, it may tell us that there's a more serious outbreak in the community or in that particular school community. And then depending on what the matrix tells us, it may be closing a school, closing a classroom, closing a learning community. If you think about a building like tech, where there may be some isolation by wings. And so all of that is what we're figuring out now on that matrix. And as I said, we've got, I think, a pretty good matrix established that depends on the severity of risk in the community based on the governor's matrix. But we're consulting now with our public health officials. Public health officials will dictate how people that are contacted are notified. We'll do the contact tracing just so we can understand what that outbreak looks like in our schools. But in terms of notifying exposed individuals, we notify public health of the positive case in the school and the contact tracing. They will help us make those determinations and calls and contacts. And so that process will be dynamic, I assume, as we start to get into this process, but it will always be in consultation with public health officials.
Yeah, thank you, Tracy. I think that's great that we're going to be able to have a visual to say, if this, then this. I just want to see that right now, but I know you're working so hard. You're doing, this is so great. I wish we weren't here. I wish we weren't even talking about this, but the fact that you guys have been really agonizing over this and we're here talking about it in a very succinct way is wonderful. So in talking with some health professional in CentraCare this morning, he was saying that testing supplies are becoming more limited because of the outbreaks we're having across the country. So he was explaining that what used to take a couple of days for tests to come back now takes 5 to 7 days. And if it continues, if their hotspots continue to grow, that they're projecting it could take up to 14 days at some point if hotspots happen, especially with school opening. So then what the next thing that he said that concerns me regarding what you just said, Tracy, is that they're not testing people who are exposed. They're only testing people who have symptoms. And so thinking as a parent, if you tell me, your daughter's been exposed, then I want to get a test to make sure that she doesn't have it. But according to this health professional, that wouldn't be available. That's not something anybody on this call can control. I think that's just the weight of this decision that is not just what we can control, but there's so many things that are out of control. So have you guys heard that from our public health officials too?
We've been experiencing that already with employees. There was a short period of time where those tests were really quick and people were getting results in 24 or 48 hours at the most. We are up to that 5 to 7 days, but understand that the decision matrix doesn't really rely on testing to clear people back in, right? So if you've been exposed directly to a COVID positive case, close contact within 6 feet for 15 minutes or more, you are quarantined for 14 days, even if you get a clear test. So from a family's health perspective, I understand the want and the need to get a test. But in terms of our action at school, that 14-day quarantine for whether it's an employee or a student will be in place regardless of what, even if they were to test negative inside that 14-day period, that doesn't clear them to return to school or work because we know the incubation period is 14 days. And so if you got tested on day 3, you might still show symptoms by day 7.
Right.
And so the quarantine rule is really what will control things. And so were you in fact exposed? And what we've learned in HR, and Shannon and I visited about this earlier, we get the stories about a friend of a friend of a friend who was at the house of the neighbor went by and I think they might have been exposed. Am I exposed? And so we've been really working to make that matrix and that visual crystal clear that exposed to a COVID positive case means within 6 feet of someone for more than 15 minutes. Okay. And in those cases, then student or staff member, they will have to be quarantined for 14 days. Test or no test.
Yeah, that's great. So we can be concerned as a nation about our test issues, but whether there's tests or not, we still have a protocol to follow. Great. That actually answers my next question. And so moving on to the next one, what would result in a full school closure? What would have to happen? Do we know?
My answer to that, Natalie, so I'll jump in. My answer to that, you heard Carol discuss the protocols in terms of us notifying the Department of Education. Each district has their contact person with the Department of Education. And so we would be doing that working in consultation with the Department of Education and our contact person. That's what sets off the chain of command for us to shut down a building or shut down the district.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent Chet. I'm moving on to the 5th page and what I have here, and it's under health and safety protocols. So, I'm thinking again about equity in terms of what it says here under screening at home. Families are encouraged to take temperatures each morning before school. Are we working with any community partners, or are there any nonprofits that are able to give families thermometers if they don't have one, or if there's breaks? I mean, that's part of my privilege, that if one breaks, I can go and buy another one, but I have transportation, all of those things that mean I can just go buy one and it's not a big deal. But I'm thinking about thermometers. I'm thinking about masks as well. And I think I was thinking about one more thing, but the mask with exhalation valves as well for, if they need that one instead of the regular mask. So what onus is on us versus what onus is on the family, and how can we help with that?
So I'll jump in there before Gary will, and before Carol. Sorry, Carol. With that being said, if you listen to the governor's presentation, the commissioner's presentation last week, they talked about what they will provide as a Department of Education and as the state of Minnesota, what they will provide for staff and for students. So they talked about masks and and they talked about COVID test actually for staff members also, providing one. With that being said, Gary, Carol, Amy, and this entire executive team in their pre-planning, understanding the need for material, whether it's thermometers, whether it's masks, whether it's sanitizer, they were ordering that last May and June because they are that efficient, and they understood that this moment in time, that the rush, so the supply and demand, they knew that that supply and demand as school got close, that everybody is going to start to say, we need this. And so we're fortunate that those individuals instantly made that a priority in May and June. And so I could let you know how many of everything that Gary has ordered, but those numbers would put some of us to sleep. And so they bottom line, they flat out, they've taken care of that. As it relates to thermometers, we have an abundant supply of thermometers for our sites. Okay, so we have taken care of in terms of our screening process. As it relates to thermometers for families or the type of mask you described, no, we have not taken care of that piece. We have not worked with community partners for those items.
Okay, thank you. I will pass that information along to the United Way as a community member of one of their boards. Hope maybe one of our community partners can help with that. Let's see here. So my son goes to football practice. He gets screened every day with the questions, and then has the temperature taken at Apollo, and then they put a bracelet on him saying that he has been screened. Is that similar to what will happen with our students when they come to school? Basically, I'm asking, how will we know who is screened and who isn't?
Tracy?
We're going to be having a screening squad in all of our schools. And so one of the things we'll be doing is deploying non-licensed staff in great numbers across our schools in the morning and at all those transition times where people might be entering schools. And so every door will be manned. It's not practical, and we've discovered even with the small number of employees working during the summer that those little stickers that they give you fall off and you lose them, and it's just hard to track. And I don't think it's practical if we have kids all over the school to be checking for their bracelet or the sticker. And so the goal will be that we'll minimize that time, potentially having the students do a check-in form on the symptoms before they come to school. We'll see how that works out in Skyward, but that it would just be temperature screening and all of our doors would be covered, and kids would have designated doors to enter, whether they were walkers or bus riders or drop-off kids in cars or they're driving themselves. They would have designated doors to enter, and we would just have all of those doors manned. So you really can't get through a school door without being temperature screened.
Thank you, Tracy. This under general safety precautions throughout the day, there's a bullet point that says physical barriers may be used where social distancing is possible. Can someone explain what that might look like?
Gary.
So that would be plexiglass or sneeze shields in those areas. This summer we've been looking at where staff sit. We've tried to move folks. The great thing is the architects that we're working with, they're looking at those types of things too, to say, if you move this person over here and this person over here, we're good. They were in the Welcome Center this week and took a look. We've got some plexiglass put up. They've given us requirements, how many people in there at a time. And so it's those types of things.
Thank you, Gary. I'm now into the learning models area, and under the hybrid learning model, it talks specifically about busing, and that I think that's one of the main things that I hear parents talking about. Like, that's like an enclosed environment. How can we do that? How will it be done safely? So it says if distancing cannot be achieved in the space or transportation vehicle, the number of occupants will be reduced. So I just, as a board member then, I think of implications for budget. So I'm wondering if Amy can talk a little bit about that.
Amy, and so I would like to jump in on that one, Natalie.
Yeah, no problem.
The budget implications, and Amy is there, so I'll end up turning it over to her. The budget implications for all of this are immense. And Amy is wonderful and has been great. Oh no, I need to charge my laptop because it's going to die. In other words, she's been a great gatekeeper in terms of all of our funding, looking at different sources coming from the federal government or from state legislation. At the same token, the bus routes, okay, that is one of our biggest money moments. And so to reduce the numbers on buses, yes, she's going to talk about that, but that's also, I'm sitting here publicly saying that's also an ask. Our district in terms of we're going to be talking to parents. That's an ask. If families have the ability, and maybe I'm not supposed to say this, but it's a reality. If families have the ability to help with transportation, to transport their child to school, that benefits all of us. Okay, and that is an advantage. That was something that we have not put in all this documentation, but that is something that we will be discussing with our community, with our parents. So, Amy, in terms of the financial piece?
Yeah, so we'll actually be providing at a future work session an update to the board about the total CARES Act money. As you saw on the agenda tonight, that's the funds that we received to specifically address some of the needs that have arisen from COVID. That's where we're using to purchase those devices. And so we still have a large portion of those funds that we have not yet allocated, and we intend to keep some of that kind of available as well, so that as needs come up throughout the year, we have funds available, because we know this is ever changing. Transportation is one of those items. Unfortunately, transportation is also not only a cost restriction, but there's a capacity and an availability issue as well. Just because we potentially have funding doesn't mean that there is physically an available bus or a driver. And so the transportation piece, is kind of multifaceted in that regard. But yes, there's a lot of things that have financial implications that we've discussed tonight, whether that's needing to pull staff in for scheduling time and planning time and rewriting IEPs, or whether that is needing to address safety or cleaning or additional staff for that. And so all of those are still things that we're working through and finalizing, but certainly transportation's on that list as well.
Thank you, Amy. And I think Superintendent Jett, that's so great that you said that's a way that families can help, to understand how I can use my privilege to help. We're privileged to have 2 cars. We get privileged to have a flexible schedule. So, that'll be a great thing to pass on to families who also have the abilities. Thank you very much for saying that. Okay, having all my children in music, specifically choir, and seeing many of our community choirs being closed due to understanding what the spread can happen with COVID with singing, can somebody talk to me about music and what that's going to look like this year, band and choir and orchestra?
Lori Post is ready.
I'm on. That is something that we're watching the guidance from MDE real closely. Right now, the guidance is saying that if students socially distance, that they can remove masks to sing and to play instruments. I just talked with one of our music teachers today, and one of the things that I want to do is bring our music teachers in to help make that decision about what that looks like. So we know that we can do that, but I want to really hear from those teachers who are in those classes. What are they comfortable with? Amy talked about some of the expenses. One of the things that we know that we want to do is purchase some additional instruments for our middle school students so that they can have those at home and have access as well. So our music teachers will be looking at how do we blend that in-person time with the practices and things that happen at home. Concerts yet fall under that guidance from the governor about how many people can be together in an area. But right now the guidance is saying that we have to social distance during those activities.
Thank you, Lori. I wanted to just give a shout out to the person who wrote on page 8 that some students with special learning needs, such as beginning multilingual learners, students with individualized education plans or 504 plans, or students with transitional or migrant status, may attend school in person 4 days each week. That sounds a lot like us. That sounds like we're living out our mission, and thank you for that. Right. I'm on to the next page. I've heard a few teachers that said that Zoom works better for them than Google Meet. So you may have heard this in your teacher feedback as well, but I didn't know if Google Meet is the only platform we're using just for consistency, or if there's an option to utilize Zoom as well.
So I will jump in with that. And so Ryan is steering this meeting, but Ryan is our expert. I know Gary would say, Ryan, go ahead and address that question. So Ryan, can you hear me?
Absolutely. Yes, Zoom and Google Meet are both very good tools. The reason that we have tried to do our best to stay to one platform is research shows that a single platform is easier for families, it's easier for kids. There's less confusion of this class meeting Zoom, this class meeting Google Meet, which one am I meeting which where. The other part that makes Google Meet a little bit advantageous for us is all of our students, all of our staff have accounts. And in order to log in, as evidenced by our live stream tonight, you do need an account and a password. And so you're not allowed in without that account and password. So it does give a level of protection. Something that Gary and I have spent a lot of time talking about is Google has spent a significant length of time looking at student protections and FERPA and some legal pieces as well. Zoom, a great tool, just a little bit newer to the game and a little bit of unknowns. This spring, you may have heard about some of the incidents where schools had concerns with Zoom, people dropping into classes. All of that kind of combined led us to want to steer toward Google Meet. We did talk to a few other districts, larger districts, smaller districts, neighboring districts, and many of them have been following very similar practices. Again, both tools are great, just it helps with that limiting piece.
Thank you, Ryan. That's great to know the reason. I was on a statewide call about anti-Asian discrimination that was Zoom bombed, and it was hideous. So we don't want anybody to go through that for sure. So we've talked a lot with parents about language immersion, and will that be available in our full distance learning academy? And then also this is under St. Cloud Area Schools Distance Learning Academy, that part. Then it also says advanced placement and college and schools may be available. So do we have I know it's a numbers game. Do we have a date when we'll know if those things will be available or not?
And I can take that one, and then if Dr. Huff has anything additional to add, she can for that. As I mentioned, our immersion family survey closed tonight, so we will be taking a look at all of that information right away tomorrow so that we can look and see where our numbers land and what the desires of the parents for that. Our other registration information data closes on August 9th. So families that opt for that distance learning academy by August 9th, we then want to do some follow-up phone calling. So again, we need to look at all of those numbers. We also, as I mentioned before, want to really look at creative options for if we can't offer something as a full distance learning academy, how can we really be creative and find ways to make that work?
Thank you, Lori. I already talked about transportation for extracurricular activities, so that's great. So maybe I missed this, Gary, when you were talking, but what will we be offering for meal service for Distance Learning Academy members?
That's a work in progress. We needed to get to our model to see how many buses that we needed. At the very minimum, we could do a drop and go grab and go. We're exploring things. We've been in conversations with the Yes Network to say, if we get into a situation, anything that you can offer. I'm sure Jerry Sparby. What can I do? We know it's a need. We've just been working on the meals for within the hybrid, and by the time school starts, we'll have a solution.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the feedback that I got from a few of my friends who have medically fragile children is, on one hand, we said tonight that 10 o'clock time period of going to get your lunch, I mean, it was really good for kids to have that routine, or for families. But at the same time, for medically fragile children, one of their parents said to me, well, can we do once a week? Can I go to a school and pick up once a week? So just trying to think outside the box, so there's not that daily interaction.
Right.
If they're already choosing distance learning, it could be because they have medically fragile children. So just wanted to put that out there.
Yep.
Okay. That you already answered my question on that one. Okay, I'm onto my last sheet, but this is the sheet with the most questions, so bear with me. Hope you answered that one. So what do our school nurses say about returning when you guys are talking about it? What is their medical advice, or what is their feeling about it? I mean, they don't get to decide whether we're returning or not. I'm just saying, like, what is the general feel from them about what they're concerned about and what they're okay with?
Mm-hmm. And great question, Natalie. And so next week, we're going to be starting some communications with staff. And so we will gather their input on how they feel about coming back. I haven't directly asked that question, but I know in speaking with our lead nurse, Jess Voss, who has been in this summer, that I think that nurses recognize it as this is their role. This is what they do. This is what they know they have signed up for. This is what they're educated for. So that's my feel so far, but we'll be gathering more information from them as well.
Thank you, Carol. I did have a note here about bus driver shortage, but you guys talked about that. I think specifically some community members were talking about, because some of our bus drivers are older, and that's a very confined space. So I know you guys are thinking about that. Oh, you answered so many of these things. This is so great. Oh, okay. So my question here is, what are you hearing from teachers about going back to in-person learning? Specifically, Dr. Huff mentioned for K through 5 that 56% of staff have serious concerns about in-person learning. But what about 6 through 12? I think we didn't know the percentage of that. Is it about the same?
Dr. Huff.
When we initially conducted our survey with staff K-12, it was back in July. And at that point, that was the data where I was referring to, that I believe 87% of our staff at the time were saying that they were planning to return in the fall. We have not followed up with the 6-12 staff in a survey format yet, just because of the urgency to focus on K-5, given our current health data and the fact that it put us in that level where our elementary students and staff could potentially be going back every day, full-time, full capacity. So we wanted to immediately focus on that and get that particular subset or population's thoughts and opinions regarding that. But as was mentioned, there will be additional town halls and meetings following up, where we'll be gathering additional data.
Thank you, Dr. Huff. In reading about some of the issues that Israel's been having with going back and then not going back and then going back again, and specifically talking about opening windows, and then when they close the windows, then there was more issues. I think in reading that and really thinking about it, one parent asked, how are our HVAC systems filtering capabilities, we're not thinking about a tech, right? Because they're best of the best. So our older schools, McKinley or Westwood, thinking about what are the capabilities there? Are they within reasonable? I don't even know what I'm asking when I'm talking about HVAC. I know it has to do with the air, but you know what I mean? You know what I'm asking?
Gary.
Yes, we're very fortunate. We have we're working with a architect who knows our buildings inside and out. He's working with our buildings and grounds director. They're talking about negative air pressure and venting outside and drawing in outside air 2 hours before school starts. So we're fortunate to have good experts working with us.
Thank you. I have 3 more questions. Reading about what happened in Gwinnett County in Georgia, where when teachers came back to work, 260 of them got tested positive within a couple days there. And just wanting to know, I know you're thinking about teacher and staff safety as much as we can here. So what do back to work days look like for our new teachers and then for our full staff? Is it in person? Is it online? How is that going to work?
I'll just talk generally, and then Lori, you cover new teachers because you've been planning that. But in general, for new teachers from an HR standpoint, we've been doing all of our orientation virtually. We shifted to that in the last few weeks, and they'll have a very brief visit into the DAO to pick up their technology and packets of things that they need and to get their badges and things that we can't do remotely. For all staff, when we think about the return to school time, when we don't have students in the buildings, right, we have ample space to be able to safely social distance all staff. And so we're continuing to talk about what those back to school days look like. In all likelihood, staff will be reporting to their buildings. We will have no, congregate meetings of all staff like we're accustomed to at the start of the school year, and staff will largely be in their classrooms. We've been working closely with the SCEA, and staff are anxious to get to their classrooms and to have time to prepare and to get oriented. And I think the ritual of coming back into your building and into your classroom and into your colleagues is important. And so we're working closely with the SCEA to make sure that we're doing that in a way that they feel comfortable and safe about. But the general consensus is that staff want the opportunity to come in and be together as we prepare to launch this school year in whatever model we're going to be in.
And talking specifically about our new teachers, very similar to what Tracy was talking about. Typically, we bring our new teachers in advance for a new teacher academy. This year, the majority of that new teacher academy will be virtual. It will be online. So almost everybody that you see here tonight has had a part in preparing something for that new teacher academy, whether it be a presentation that they have recorded or a video or a PowerPoint. We have packets that we're getting ready that they'll be able to pick up with their computers, but the majority of it will be virtual. They have been alerted. We know that we want to have some time for them to be in their buildings and to meet their principals, but they've been told to stay tuned, that we need to see where numbers are if we'll be able to do that piece of it as well.
Thank you, Tracy and Lori. Second to last question is about that email that came out about the wanting to know by the 9th about Distance Learning Academy. How will we ensure equity in making sure that all of our families see that option and then are able to respond? If you only have a flip phone and you don't have a computer at home, we'll be doing calls to make sure that we understand every child's or every family's desire.
Dr. Huff.
Absolutely. So that is one of the reasons for the quick turnaround of the deadline of August 9th. So that way we can see who has responded and then start to make follow-up phone calls with all other families, because we want to make sure that we're reaching out and having an effort to contact every single family to ensure that they saw the form and that they have the opportunity to register if that's their preference. Those calls will start next week.
Thank you. Can you believe it? It's my last question. So I'm most concerned, And I think a lot of parents are most concerned about K through 2 class sizes. So I totally 100% understand why we're having these little learners come back. I am just glad that I have teenagers, because otherwise this would be a whole lot harder. But what will the class sizes look like for K through 2 and really for 3 through 12 for those ABA-B days? Does it vary based on age, or is it 50% of what the classroom capacity is, or how does that work?
So Marcia can talk about class size at the elementary level and understand that when you get to 3 through 5, that class, because of the ABAD, it will be half of what she's getting ready to say. And Dr. Putnam can then talk about secondary level class size.
So as Superintendent Jett, or maybe it was Mary alluded to earlier, there's been a space study going on, and we have looked at all of our spaces in our elementary buildings to ensure that we can get in our K through 2 in such a way that we are able to safely distance while learning. And so our goal is to have students at classrooms at 50% capacity. And we will cover those classes with staff. And so we know that we'll be doing some restaffing and reassigning and things like that. But those classrooms will be at 50% capacity for K through 2, as well as 3rd through 5th, as Superintendent just alluded to, because they come in on either an A or B day. So those classes are at half or 50% capacity.
And at the secondary, if people have not realized how fabulous our school counselors are, they are about to, because we will follow this capacity of all of our classrooms. And that means that we might have to do some rebalancing. We might have to reschedule some students into different sections, or perhaps even call and say, are you interested in other courses? They'll be having to move classrooms that exceed that room capacity. If there's, looking at our alpha split, if there's 21 students who need to be, and the room can only handle 20, then they're going to need to be finding different spaces in partnership with our administration. So it's going to be quite a puzzle to solve, but we will ensure that social distancing is met. Health and safety is our first priority.
And, I ask all of these questions because these are the questions that I'm getting in the community. And I knew beyond a shadow of a doubt, that you had the answer already. But, I'm sitting here getting texts from people and, hey, why don't you ask this? And what about this? And so it's great to be able to have a rich discussion, even if it's going to mean that we're going to be at this board meeting until midnight. So thank you for your time and your expertise in this discussion. And thank you, Jeff, for not putting a time limit on me. Look at that smile.
You did say a train. Les, you're next. What you got?
My little pea brain hasn't even been able to think of a question that I know somebody would say, damn, I never thought about that. So I think I'll just pass and let you folks continue on. Although, Natalie, I want to commend everybody. What I wish we had, though, was all of these questions in written form and the responses. So we could, it would be a wonderful document to publish, because it would be the questions, the questions most asked by the public, and and I'm just too impressed by the staff of our district. I'm done. Thank you.
Les, I'm going to say your word again. Wow. That's a great idea. Is that possible, Willie?
Well, this is being recorded because Ryan Cox thinks of everything. And so being that this meeting is being recorded, we can transcribe it. And so everything's possible. It's like we're in Disneyland or Disney World.
Well, please make that happen. I think that's a great idea. Al, it's time for your truck. Back it on up.
There we go. There's always a delay when I hit my mic. My truck's not that big. Must be a pickup truck. Sylvia, Dr. Huff, when you showed those charts and talked about breaking it down by schools, you showed the Lincoln data and used that to say that we chose the elementary model based from that. Am I correct on that? Or do we have that for all schools? And what does it look like for each school? How does it vary? How does it differ?
So we did not select the model simply based on the Tualahi Lincoln data. We were just presenting that as an example to show how the data also supports and provides additional rationale for the selection. Because as the governor mentioned and the commissioner, making sure that early learners, in addition to those vulnerable populations, are prioritized in terms of being in school and trying to get as many kids in school as possible in a safe manner. In terms of the breakout, the reason why we selected Tualahi and Lincoln is because with that K2-3-5 split, it was a clear pick in terms of demographics being similar to each other, because we know that a lot of the schools do have siblings. Those two schools have siblings at each one, depending on the grade level. And then also knowing just how COVID is also disproportionately affecting certain populations, in particular communities of color, and knowing the demographics of Tualahi and wanting to mimic the state in terms of making sure that we're focusing and being like most restrictive in terms of how data is impacting Tualahi and Lincoln, and providing that data shows how parents of students at those buildings are feeling in terms of returning to school under those two models.
So the data was different at different schools? It was significantly different?
It was not significantly different at the different schools, no. But also on the survey itself for the K-5 survey that recently went out, grade level was not an option for parents to select. And so with Tualahi and Lincoln, we could parse that data out because we know that the students at Tualahi are K2 and at Lincoln are 3-5. So we had that information readily available. That's why the slide before we presented that data showed the K-5 results as a whole.
When we asked the survey questions, did we say on the slides, it said going back to school full time, and then under that it said full buses and full classrooms? Did we say it that way on the survey? And when we talked to parents, did we tell them it was going to be full buses and full classrooms? Because I wasn't under that. I did not understand it that way. I didn't think we could do it that way legally.
Yes.
So are we presenting the truth?
That is the language that we provided, because that is what was provided in MDE's safe learning plan, that returning to school full-time in person meant full-time, full capacity in person. And so we wanted to make sure that parents had an understanding of that, which was the impetus of us sending out that follow-up survey.
At the school, but it also said in that plan that we were to provide adequate spacing for students to the best of our ability. And it also, with school buses, they only wanted them at half or 50% capacity. So it would be a doubling of the routes more than it would be a doubling of overfilling of the buses with students. That's.
And Gary, feel free to jump in, but it was my go ahead, Willie.
Yep, I jump in. And so Al, that was one of the clarification questions that superintendents asked. And so in the exact manner that you just stated it, if all of a sudden we were going to be doing a 50% capacity of buses, yep, you'd have to double your buses, or you'd have to double the amount of buses, potentially.
Or get a lot of parents.
Oh, yep, or get a lot of parents, yep. But then the clarifying question in the superintendent's calls was about the complete in-person. And so they were telling us that meant that in the classroom, you could do the best of your ability, but you could have your class capacity over the 50%, and on the buses, to the best of your ability. But they knew out loud that there's no way, I'm not saying no way, but they knew out loud that was not likely that your buses were going to be 2 and 3 to a seat at the elementary level. That's why we. Oh, sorry. That's why we did that survey. That's why we got specific with that piece.
Okay. Well, in general, when I get presented data, when I get a partial piece of data, I get really frustrated because I want to see the whole picture. I can't have you present a little piece of it and then extrapolate from that. I have to see it all. Plus, you could show me a little piece, but show it all to me too. Tracy, you said CARES Act, 80 hours, or you said 10 days, the first 10 days or whatever are covered for COVID-related testing and illnesses. And is the CARES Act different for public employees than it is for private? Or are we reading the same document? Or is the 10 days in everything, it's different, or?
No, it's not different. It is 10 days, but it's based on your regular work week. And so
it's 80 hours.
If you're an 8-hour-a-day employee, it would be 80 hours. But if you're a 6-hour-a-day employee, it would end up being 60 hours.
Correct. So if we say 10 days, if you're a 4-hour-a-day employee, you'd actually have 20 days.
No, it's your work day, 10 of your regular working days.
What? Okay. I'll have to go back and look at that, because I've understood that as 80 hours, up to 80 hours.
Up to, based on the employee's regular weekly work or daily work schedule.
Okay. Temperature takers, is that a fairly high risk position? You're the person that you're coming in contact with everybody every day.
It is not with the touchless thermometers, because they're masked, and all of the students or staff that are coming by at mass, and they're coming by very quickly, and so if you're at arm's length with the thermometer we can also check wrists, which is what they're doing at the hospitals often, because that gives you a little more distance. So you can check forehead or wrist and increase that distance. We've also put, as Gary described earlier, plastic shields in front of our screeners that are screening now higher volumes of people at our doors. And so we'll look at what kind of barriers we may need to be able to conduct that safely for staff.
Okay. Willie, I'm going to go back to Monica's question, because I don't believe that it was ever really answered. And I think I know what she was getting at, because I have the same question. We have already, so you say that we're going to look at the criteria every other week, and we'll make the decision based on the governor's data that he has provided to us, whether or not we're going to be opening schools or moving in one direction or another. Yet we have already departed from that criteria. So what is our criteria? What is it going to take in District 742 to reopen schools and send kids back full-time to schools? Because we've stepped, right now we can, according to the governor's criteria that was provided to us, we can do that, but we've chosen not to. So when do we make the decision to send kids back to school? It can't just be arbitrary, and we need to have that out there. It has to be a number. So what's our number?
So Al, I'm not the medical expert. And so what we went by, the chart talks about, it's based on the epidemiologist at the Department of Health. We took a stance in terms of being more conservative based on what we perceived as our community, our staff input and comfort level. How I would answer that, Al, is we're going to be evaluating the data all the time. We're going to be listening to the Department of Education, the Department of Health. We're going to be dealing with the Centricare and our local officials. What exact number is that in terms of when do we feel it's safe? Al, at this particular moment, in all honesty, I can't give you an exact number. Okay, I'm just being as honest as I can be. That's where I'm at this moment. I'm saying that for the entire district, for the administrative team, but I'm also saying that in terms of looking at the data that's presented to us from the community, from our different stakeholders. As we look at that data in the future, and that's not going to be, that's what I was getting to with Monica. Nope, we're not going to change that from Monday to Tuesday or from Tuesday to Thursday. We're not going to do that. It's all about trying to inform people and give people time to plan. And so, yes, when I said the information comes every 2 weeks to us, yes, we would look at that every 2 weeks. We also know in terms of when we speak to the people that this is their expertise, that we don't anticipate the numbers. We don't see us accelerating to bring the students back. We would be cautious in that response. So Al, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that I can support a plan where we don't have a sunset and something written to say to the parents that this is what it's going to take to send your kids back. Otherwise, we're never going to move off of this. If we're going to wait for 100% approval and for everyone to feel safe, people are so scared out there, they're never going to feel safe. And that's just reality. There's going to be a portion that is going to feel unsafe. And I'm not trying to be negative. I'm just telling you that's reality. And are we ever going to move from this, or is this just going to go on forever? I need to know. I want to know what we can tell parents. How will you know when your kid's going to go back to school? And I'm not hearing that.
Yep.
So I don't know that I can support that.
You're not hearing that from me, because at this point in time, in terms of what we've received in terms of feedback from the community, I cannot answer that question at this moment. I don't feel comfortable answering that question with a definitive number.
Okay.
Okay.
Adam, with the Minnesota State High School League and activities, you mentioned sports, but I didn't hear anything about activities, other activities, non-sporting activities. So speech club, drama club, math club, all of those different types of things that are non-athletic. Did they talk about those at all, or?
So right now they've dealt with the fall activities and they moved their session. So the speech team, I think that's a winter activity, but it was only the Minnesota State High School League. The math team that won the state tournament that did so wonderful, that's run by a different group, but we're going to partner with them, find out what's best, see where we can socially distance and get those activities going as quick as we can too. But right now, the Minnesota State High School League just dealt with what they had to offer, and then we'll adjust as we go on. But most of our things start once school starts, so we have a month for the ADs to figure that out. But we plan on offering as many things as we can at the high school where we can provide safe opportunities. So I would envision most of those things happening, maybe no spectators, but at the same time providing as many opportunities safely for our students.
Okay, that's it.
Zach, do you have any questions?
Most of them have been answered. I appreciate all the time and effort and focus on everything. This is very detailed and well thought out, and that's a huge relief. Part of what we're also doing is asking a lot from teachers, and just kind of thought I'd inquire about supporting them, especially balancing that A-B kind of transitions, things like prep time, and what kind of supports will be in place really to help them manage the anxiety that's going to come along with a lot of unknowns, because they're going to be doing a lot of caretaking. Everybody during this time is, but just that's my basic question, is supporting teachers, prep time, the A-B kind of balancing act, things of that sort.
All right. You good, Zach? Okay. I just have 3 quick questions. Adam, middle school, are they going to get any activities? You specifically said high school. And when I say activities, I mean club, chess club, those kind of things, small groups.
Yeah, so right now, we just heard from the high school league, like we talked about earlier, the ADs met with the conference ADs so that they can look at the middle school component there to see what the Central Lakes Conference is doing. And then we'll partner with the middle school principals to see what the best opportunities are for their students so we can create a good plan.
So for clubs, it's our call.
Yep.
Okay.
As long as we can create a nice plan so that it can be equitable. We can get everybody there. We can get them all home so that nobody ever feels left out.
Got it. Question for Ryan. Ryan, I'll wait till you log in or come on. Ryan, I got a family that hit me up. They have 3 kids, limited resources. They actually went out and bought some used computers, but now they have devices, thank the district. Enlighten me. If they have a hotspot, they don't have unlimited data. That's the wall they're hitting. How can that be alleviated? Is that something the district could help with, or is that just a financial decision on that family to get an unlimited plan?
So the best I'll answer the best I can with what we have right now. Like I said before, we currently are purchasing unlimited hotspots, 500, unlimited data. That'll be available for the entire school year, with those hotspots being allocated to those families that have no internet or limited, or excuse me, unreliable internet. So the family you're describing may or may not fall under that category of unreliable internet. There are other programs out there if, and this is something that Gary and I and Amy have visited about, some that some of the local providers can also help families with, especially if there is an income concern for families, that they can get very good internet for a relatively low cost. And so those are resources that Gary and I, Amy, I'll be working with Tammy and her team on how to get that information out to families that's available. So.
All right, and that also will be on the spreadsheet of questions and answers that you're going to so graciously come up with?
Whatever's needed, you bet.
Okay, excellent. And then last question, and this is a very selfish question for Tracy. I really like your idea of plastic screens and checking the wrist temperatures. And I say that for selfish reason, but I think that's a great idea. Okay, we will wrap that up. Thank everyone. That was a great presentation. What's up?
I have one more.
All right.
Missed one on my chart, on my list here. Had to do with daycare in the schools and working with boys and girls clubs. And that daycare is going to be available for 742 parents. And is that all day daycare? So on the days that your child would not be attending school, they could attend Kids Stop, all day Kids Stop?
That's the plan. We're working with Boys and Girls Club to get K2 in the schools. We talked about we need to spread folks out, and so we're starting to get limited space in the schools. So our initial talks with Boys and Girls Club is, at which schools do you know that we are going to have the need? And so we're looking at those schools to find space. And then Boys and Girls Club are looking at their clubs to provide that too. They would also like to use one club where they could provide some support, excuse me, some support for our middle level students during the day if they need academic support or internet support on their distance learning day. We've had some discussions about some community buildings where we could do that. And so I think collectively we will be able to come up with a solution.
And that was going to be part of my question there, is are we going to be providing any kind of academic support, or only Boys and Girls Club, and are they prepared to do that? And if we're going to be providing it, would we be assigning our staff to those Kids Stop locations, and how would that be handled?
I think all those are possibilities, Al. When we had the distance learning in the spring, we used some of our paraprofessionals in those roles. With our plan being a work in progress, it really came to fruition this week as far as what it's going to look like. And so we've had talks with Boys and Girls Club and concepts and what we want to do. But this week we're really to the point where we could roll up our sleeves and try to put that into action. Boys and Girls Club would also like to offer after school care like we traditionally do. We know that that is a need. So it will be, like the plans you're seeing for everything else, it will be a plan for childcare.
Okay, because I think I think there's going to be a much higher demand for it now than there was in the last distance learning session, just because so many parents have gone back to work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
Al, can I address the academic support piece real quickly?
Yeah.
Our team, the learning and teaching team, has worked real closely with the Boys and Girls Club and provided some training for their staff. So we've worked with them so that they know what our resources are. They know how to help with math and reading and social studies and science. And we'll continue to do that. We've been in contact with Jerry about that to provide more support for their staff. We also are going to be reaching out to some of our larger childcare places and organizations in the community to see if they would like some of that support and training as well.
All right, Zach, I want to make sure you got an answer to your question about teacher supports. Were you happy with your answer?
I didn't really get one specifically.
Someone want to tackle that before we move on? Plus Natalie and Monica have more questions.
I can talk about the prep piece. Part of that is part of our plan for that Flex Friday, so that we're providing teachers with some additional time to be able to do that, because we do know that that's going to take more time and more planning and more preparation for our teachers. So that Flex Friday allows us to do some of that. I don't know if Marcia or Lori wants to talk about some of the other supports that principals are doing to support their staff in ways outside of that prep piece.
Yeah, I don't mind jumping in here. I spent quite a bit of time talking with some of our secondary staff, and of course, SCA has been partnering with Tracy and us to make sure that we are caring for our staff, because we know that if our staff are cared for, our students are cared for. And so some of the things we've talked about is, particularly at the secondary level, to be really cognizant of the fact that they've got students who are at home and in person, and that we aren't asking them to double prep, right? That's not terribly reasonable to be trying to do two different things all day long. So what our learning and teaching model, and of course Lori and her team can speak more to this as well, is that at the secondary level, all of our materials, our instruction, our readings, our activities will be in Schoology. Right? That is where all of it takes place. So some teachers may be loading their videos on that Friday, and students, whether they're in person or at home, know to go to Schoology to be able to access their information. When students are in person, and even when they're at home, some of our staff may say, hey, whether they're at home or in person, please log in at 9. I want to give you instructions for the day. But that way our teachers aren't trying to manage two different things. Everything's in one spot. I provide you some support. I provide you extension. I provide you opportunity to collaborate, whether virtually or in person, during those blocks. And that's how we're trying to the extent we can, knowing that we're asking teachers to recreate a system that's taking decades and decades to build. That's the way we're trying to support them best. And then, like Lori said, on Fridays, there is some of that prep time, and then we're also carving out some time for them to partner with their colleagues. We know that some of our best work happens with someone else who's doing the same kind of work we are, and to be able to say, okay, here's some time where we have no other expectations of you except for to be able to talk with your teammate, find out what's working for you, what's working for me, how can we problem solve, how can we share resources, and that can happen virtually across the district. So there are teachers who are making beautiful lessons, who made beautiful lessons in the spring, and those can all be shared. And that's just another way that we can support our staff.
And I can just add a few things, because we are thinking similarly at the elementary level that those Fridays will be dedicated to planning, to preparing, for collaborating with colleagues, and also for professional development. And in preparation for the school year for elementary teachers, Seesaw, some teachers were familiar with it, some teachers we're learning it in the spring and implementing it and using that as a platform for the first time. And so at the get-go this fall, as teachers come back to school, the elementary level, spending some time with them, really ensuring that they have the resources, the tools, and the support to be successful and confident in using that platform.
And Zach, I would just add from a human resources standpoint, we have a fairly robust use of our employee EAP program through Vital Work Life. And they have been pushing out all sorts of support that's showing up in our notebooks and other things to help employees think about the kinds of support they need. That support is available to every employee as well as any member of the employee's family. And so if a school district employee says, geez, my 13-year-old is stressed out because this distance learning is hard or the hybrid model is hard, that 13-year-old can get 3 sessions under our plan. Their spouse who's helping teach the children at home can get help under that plan. And so it's a really comprehensive EAP plan that provides a broad range of support. So that is there. And then we have already, indicated to staff, and we've gotten really good reviews, I think, from the work that we did around Orange Frog and that resiliency work that we did this year, throughout the year. And we'll be continuing that as we go into the year as well.
All right, thank you. It looks like Monica has a couple of questions that are unique yet. So Monica, you're up next.
Thank you, Jeff. I have a sort of questions that I'm going to just group together and maybe have you take note of them. Whoever needs to take note of them, in case you're going to do this fact sheet, that maybe you can include them there, so you don't need to entertain that. And I have one question that I'm seeking for answer right now. So the concerns that I still have are about grades. Some of the parents told me that some parents told me that children did not, or certain families did not understand exactly about what benefits will have the choices that they were given last year with grades. Like why would I choose to have a graded or not? And other concern about that is that students that knew that we're not going to be graded may have checked out at some point of their school because they were frustrated with other things, and that was also kind of the last drop for, okay, I can just check out, it's not going to happen anything. So that's one consideration that I have. The other thing that I wanted to know is how is the enforcement of all this is going to happen? So what happens if a kid doesn't want to wear a mask? What happens if a kid doesn't want to keep distance with other kids? What happened with all these new things that are happening and schedules on that? Who is in charge of what, and how is that enforcement going? So I also would like explanations about that. The other thing is that somebody's not muted. I'm making a lot of noises. So
you're fine, Natalie, or Monica, keep going.
I think it's you, Jeff. So
no, it's not me.
So then the other thing is that that was what we also had some concerns about discipline last year. So we have some big fights that happens in our schools last year, and yes, to make your life a little easier. I'm being sarcastic, okay. More complicated. How have you considered those disciplines? And I'm wondering about people that are taking care of those kind of things that now are busy with something else. So that's the question. I mean, that's kind of the other concern that I have around that, to maybe be included someplace or answer to me. And the question that I have for Willie that I'd like to answer now is there any coordination with other districts around the area, and how are we doing things? So families that I know we usually get compared with other districts, and we also work with other districts, other superintendents when we do, for example, the snow days or other closures. So I'm wondering if there is what type of coordination exists right now, and what are we too different, or can you speak a little bit about that, Willie, please?
So, Monica, you asked, hopefully other people were knowing when they're going to interject in terms of some of the questions Monica asked. As the question that you talked to me specifically about, Monica, in terms of in coordination with other districts, have we been in contact with our surrounding districts, our local districts, such as Sauk Rapids, Rice, Sartell, and others? The answer to that is yes. Can I tell you what their plans are? I'm not going to discuss what their plans are during our meeting because they are doing that with their communities at this exact same moment. But do I know what they're about to do? Yes, unless it changed right before I walked through this door. And so in terms of trying to work in coordination, we received numerous contacts in the same manner that as a Board of Education, you received emails or phone calls or text messages with concerns or questions about what was going to happen in the fall. As a district administration, we did too. And one of the questions that came out was the exact same question, Monica, in terms of coordination, whether it was for daycare, whether it was for students and families or childcare, to try to keep things consistent. And so I can tell you, without telling the other districts' thoughts, I know that one of the things we were trying to match up was Fridays, in terms of if all of a sudden that was going to be a distance learning day, could there be some consistency amongst the districts in terms of Fridays, if that could be the day, or when that day was, whether it was a Friday or whether it was a Wednesday. I can tell you there was conversation between districts about the alternating day, whether it was going to be AB or AABB. There was conversation amongst the districts with that. There's been conversation amongst the districts before the high school league released their rulings or their findings or their guidance. There's been conversation within our local school districts along with our districts within our conference in terms of how we can make things different or how we're going to do things differently. And so, Monica, yes, we've been having conversation with the other districts trying to coordinate certain things, whether it's the boys and girls clubs, all those different things, and our community partners. Here in the greater St. Cloud area, we are trying to do things in coordination when we can. But at the same token, each district, each superintendent needs to do what's best for their community, their district. And so there are going to be some nuances to it.
Thank you, Willie. Just one more last thing about the things that I have is that I have heard also concerns from some other groups that have been partnering with us because they don't have access to kids anymore, because they cannot come to the schools as they had been doing it before. I hear a lot of conversations and a lot of mentions here about Boys and Girls Club, but Boys and Girls Club, I recognize, is probably the biggest organization that works with kids that partners with us, and I just wanted to put a note for you to keep in mind all the small organizations that are doing support for kids and how they learned about those kids and how do we keep that communication with them. Not that you need to answer anything about that right now, but I really wanted to get that. And also I want to say that, yes, this is complicated. I know I have a lot of questions for you, and I know you're getting bombarded by a lot of questions. And I am really grateful that we have this magnificent team that is taking care of this. And I do recognize that, although my questions might not sound that way. So I just wanted to say thank you for all the work that you're doing. I also gonna add, I did not expect any less from all of you.
And we did not expect, sorry, Jeff, and Monica, we did not expect any less from ourselves.
Natalie, you have a couple follow-up questions and then we'll wrap this part up.
Yeah, I only have one. And I know you didn't expect any less, but this number of questions from anyone on this board either, all y'all. The question I forgot to ask was about pre-K. So we've talked a lot about K-12. So for those pre-K families out there, can you explain what the plan is there?
And just so you know, we've been waiting for that question, and Dr. Marcia Bice, if you didn't ask it, Natalie, I was about to say, Marcia, please share.
See, I know how to wrap things up.
There you go.
So So I know that there have been preschool families and early childhood families who have been wondering what that plan is for them. And unfortunately, tonight I cannot be very specific about what those plans are because we've been waiting until the data comes in terms of transportation. And those families, as Superintendent Chad alluded to, who might be able to provide transportation, and in terms of space in our buildings. But Gary and I and Julie Midas, who is the Director of Early Childhood, actually have a meeting scheduled tomorrow, and our plan is to communicate something by the end of this week or early next week regarding what early childhood is going to, the schedule and so on is going to look like for our families.
Thank you, Marcia. That's all I have. Thank you, everybody.
All right. Thank you, guys. Great presentation. We only have 10 things left, so we're going to move forward.
Chair Pollard? Chair
Yes.
Pollard?
Go ahead.
And so there was a question amongst board members. I'm just looking at the chat. And if you see the very last one, somebody was asking about a vote or a thumbs up. So as a district administration, we've presented the plan. And so you can go ahead. You understand what I was about to go with that, Chair?
Yep.
Chair? Okay, go for it.
Basically, what I think you were going to is we are not voting on this plan today. We are going to give you a verbal heads up so you can start planning for this plan. But we also realize that Lori said there's a couple surveys out. We have more data coming in on the 9th. So we will officially vote on it on the August 15th school board meeting. So I just want the public to know that. Okay? And is that what you're looking for, Willie? Just a verbal yes, start spending some resources?
Yep.
All right. Thumbs up or thumbs down, guys? Can they move forward with the plan so far with some changes maybe coming? Les, take a thumbs up roll call, will you?
Sure. Thumbs up roll call. Jeff Polrek.
Yes, my thumb is up.
Monica Segura Schwartz.
Yes.
The thumb was up.
Al Dahlgren.
Mine is the thumbs down unless you can present me with a plan that tells me when we can reopen schools. I need to know that information. I think it's destructive to have kids in this model. And the best model for them is to get them back to school full time. I need to know what it's going to take for that to happen. So it's thumbs down, but if you can share that information, I know that you guys have put a ton of work into this. And I'm not dissing the efforts that you have put into this. I just don't think it's the best model for the kids.
Yeah, I think everybody is sort of looking at that, Al. Shannon Hawes.
Thumbs up.
Natalie Ringsmuth.
Yeah, I'm comfortable going ahead with this. I think that I am very happy that we are not just going straight with the governor's plan, that we are a district that listens to our parents. And when our parents tell us, I'm not comfortable, the overwhelming majority tell us that we are a nimble district that listens to that. And so thank you. And yes, I would love for you to move ahead in this direction.
Zach Dorholt.
So far, so good.
Good. Okay. And Les Green is a thumbs up, but I do think that Al's point is well taken, and that we need. I mean, we got to know what the end game is, and I think having some way to find a group of people that might be able to help us put that together would be useful. All righty, Jeff.
All right, thank you, Les. That was enough. All right, item number 3, proposed revised board policy 515. This is up for a second reading. It's going to be done by Tracy Flambeau, Executive Director of Human Resources. Sorry.
Thank you, Ryan. And if you'll recall from the first reading, the only change in this policy is just slightly down, Ryan, if you can scroll down to where there's some redlining. And the only change was to provide that right there, to provide for a limited directory information for the purpose of the districts being able to use student images in district publications like yearbooks and promotional materials without active consent for the parents. So again, our directory information does not allow generally the use of a student's image, and this would only allow the use of a student image by the district for those district purposes like a yearbook or other kinds of publications that we need to make to showcase our students' work. That is the only change to that policy.
All right, we'll do this a different way. Does anybody have a question for Tracy? All right, Tracy, thank you very much. Carol Potter, you're up for a second reading on revised board policy 535.
Yes, and I'm going to make this really easy as well. So this is the second reading, and there were no suggestions following the first reading, and so I think we are good to move forward. Just a reminder that this service animal policy was one that we had created ourselves initially, and then now MSBA came out with one. Our policy before was number 999, and now we are moving it to MSBA is calling it 535. And so we are following suit. And so there, like I said earlier, there aren't any suggestions from the first reading. So I think we are set to move forward.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Carol? Thank you, Carol, for your nice work there. Next up is item number 4. It's actually 3 parts. It's going to be proposed revised board policies 203.2, 208, and 213. They're all up for first readings. It's going to be done by Shannon Hawes, Chair of the Board Development, Policy, and Governance Committee. And Shannon, can you start off with 203.2 first?
Sure. 203.2, we just wanted to make a slight adjustment to that. If you all remember, recently when we were confused about how to approve tonight's or not approve tonight's agenda without approving the consent agenda. So we took a look at the policy and separated the two. So we're asking to first approve tonight's agenda and then asking for another approval of tonight's consent agenda, if that makes sense. Before they were kind of intertwined together, we want to separate the two just to make a smoother, in case there is a process that needs to be where we don't want to approve the agenda for the night. It is a best practice that items going on the agenda goes through that process, goes through the proper channels, so we're prepared with materials to have a proper discussion. So putting this for a separate approval isn't implying that we would want to make changes on the agenda for the last minute. That wouldn't be a best practice, and we're not supporting that we get into that practice. But we wanted the two separate.
All right. We'll go out here again. Does anyone have any questions for Shannon on that policy?
I do have questions on that. So okay. I was taking a look at MSBA's example meeting agenda because you had talked about that, Shannon, and said that you talked with them about what should we do with this specific issue you're talking about. And just because we're talking about it now, I wanted to bring up that the placement of the community input has always felt weird to me, because it feels like it's like a separate part. It's like the community tells us what they want to tell us, and then we start the meeting. And so in the MSBA example meeting agenda, they say call to order, adoption of the agenda, and then community input, and then the consent agenda. So I just wanted to put that out there as that's their best practice. And it would feel to me a little bit more like there was a start to the meeting and then we could call people up. And then going on from there, it says information items, and that's where they have the superintendent report, then action items, then board member report, and then adjournment. So just to maybe consider changing things around a little bit for the feel of it. And then my other question that goes along with that, which nobody's going to be surprised to hear me say this, but I would love for this to be the time where we say that we have community input at every meeting, both meetings in each meeting in 1 month. And I looked at our neighbors to see who does that and who doesn't. So notice that Sartell does it the way that we do it, with community input being on one and not the other. Sauk Rapids has it in every one. Stride Academy has it in every meeting. And so I would like us to move in that direction. I don't think that we have enough yes votes on that because we've already talked about it. But I want our community to feel like every time we meet, unless it's a closed meeting, that they can talk to us if they need to.
So Natalie, that has come up again, and it's been coming up for years, talking about that, because people in our community members find it very confusing as to which meeting they can talk to, where they can have community input and which they can't. And it's, confusing to me too, like, okay, which one is this and can they and can't they? When I looked at policy 203.2, when I looked at other school districts, some of them followed ours, some of them were completely different. They were all over the board. If we can hang on to that thought about community input, because that's sort of going to come up in policy 208. So can I just table that question? So I apologize. We can bounce back into this one if you want to then once I get to 208. Would that be okay?
Yeah, because it's just the two things really are having it every time and changing the flow of it so that so someone that's already nervous to talk doesn't have to be the first person to do something in a meeting.
Jeff. Yeah, I got you, Al. Hang on. Let Natalie finish.
No, that's it. Just those are the two things. Thank you.
I just wanted to say, Natalie, that the reason that it has been before the start of the meeting is because there was always concerns about data privacy violations. And I know we didn't do it at the other meeting, at the live televised meeting, because it's really tough to control in a live televised setting if someone would get into some type of a data privacy or a student privacy violation. Start talking about an individual student or an individual teacher when you're on live TV presents some issues. And so we did it at the off-camera meeting, and we did it before the start of the filming or the start of the recording of those meetings. And that's why it was done that way in the past. I don't think we're going to be doing any more live broadcasts. So we're going to be doing both of our meetings here at the district office, but they will be recorded. I guess if there was data issues, it could be edited out. But 90+% of the school districts in Minnesota don't live broadcast their meetings. So that's part of the reason MSBA probably stuck it in the meeting instead of on the outside of it. But just to clarify on that.
That's really great to know that what we're moving towards with not live broadcasting from City Hall could change this a bit. And thanks for reminding me as to why we had it at the beginning. Thanks, Al.
Anybody else have a question before I have mine? All right, seeing none, I would agree with Al. I'd like to leave community input off the official record of recording for the purposes that were just stated. I'm also in favor of having community input at both meetings, but I will let Shannon bring that up on the next one. So anybody else have something before we close this one out? Shannon, are you clear with what changes may or may not need to be done?
Yeah, I think we're going to loop back here in a second. So let's go.
Hang on one sec. I guess I do have one more thing. Just a wording thing. On the regular board meeting, third Wednesday unless otherwise, that one, the bottom half. On number 4, you're saying approval of board meeting. It's approval of board meeting agenda and approval of minutes, is it not? Doesn't that wording have to be that way?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we have to approve the minutes, so, of the last. It was in the top, but it just didn't get carried down to the bottom.
Oh, it didn't? Okay. Can you, who's doing that? Ryan, can you scroll back up?
What, no, bound. Go down, Ryan.
Approval of board meeting and work session.
Right. Number 4, your new number 4 should say approval of board meeting.
Oh, I see. And approval of minutes. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you're good.
Got it. Yep.
Okay. All right. If you wouldn't mind, please move on.
Jeff, I don't think it needs to say anything about the minutes because that's part of the consent agenda. So when you approve the agenda, you're approving, it's approval of the board meeting and then approval of the consent agenda. The consent agenda consists of
always have the meetings in it.
The meeting minutes. So it's just a board meeting agenda.
Well, then just one word, Shannon. Go ahead and move on to 208, please.
Okay. Okay. So I think Al noticed recently that we weren't exactly following how we do our 3 readings of approving changes, implementing changes to board policies. And right now, we have 3 readings. The third one goes on the consent agenda. But as our policy 208 reads, is that we must allow public comment for, theoretically, for 2 readings. So the policy change comes forth 3 times. For the first 2 times, we should be allowing community input from the public. And then the third time we would put it on the consent agenda. Well, we weren't quite following that, so we changed that. But now that slows down the process, and it gets for really fun nights like tonight where we have all these board policies to go through, because the next time then we can't have them because we don't have community input on that night. So we've discussed this a little bit. We would like to speed up the process to what it used to be, and have a couple options. So option in front of you here is to change this policy to say that public comment will be allowed at 1 meeting prior to the final school board action. Which would be prior to the third time when we put it on the consent agenda. The other option that the committee discussed was to, in some way or another, allow community input for the regular work session. So the regular board meeting. So right now we have community input at just the work session meeting, but allowing community public comment for the other time. And there would be 2 options that we could do. One is that we could have community input start at the beginning prior to the official recording of the board meeting. Or we could open it up as a line item at this. So when we open up policy 208, and then we ask, is there anybody out there in the public that would like to step forward and have specific comment regarding this policy? And then we would have our discussion for it. And then we would go to a next policy, and we would have to open it up if we didn't have public input prior to the start of that board meeting. So I guess what I'm getting at is, do you guys all understand those choices, and do you feel strongly about, I guess the choices would be leave it as it is and the process is a little bit slower than it has been in the past. B, change this to we only require one opportunity for public comment in the 3 readings, or 2, in some form, or 3, in some form or fashion, we open up public input for other opportunities. So at all meetings or specifically when we're doing policy review, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Shannon. I have a comment, but we'll start at the top. Monica, you have any comments? We'll go down in the order.
Yeah, so when you're talking about, I'm confused about what you're saying. I think that you're asking for the feedback yet for the 2 possibilities, and there is not a possibility yet set.
I'm asking for your feedback. Do you feel strongly about one or the other? The proposal right here is to change it so that we only are required, our policy says we're only required to have public comment 1 meeting prior to our final board action, our 3rd reading.
So in terms of public comment, I am in favor of having public comment at both meetings and having it figured out how can it be done, how can it be established, and it is always there regardless. In terms of the policy, public comment for a policy, I'm gonna say I don't really care, but it's not that I don't care about the public comment. Is that what I think is that if we just make if you just make it available for people, we're not gonna get any people to comment about anything. We just, I mean, I don't know how many people read carefully the agenda of the board meeting to figure out if the policy that they want to figure out has there something to change. So I don't think that actually would make any impact. What I think is that we should maybe try to figure out a way to make more proactive this process. We don't tell people that we're going to be discussing a policy, very explicitly. I don't think that they're going to come forward to say anything about it. So I will say, if we want public input, if we are serious about wanting public comment or input from the community about policies, we should do something different. That's not going to do anything about it.
Appreciate your opinion there, but I kind of need that's sort of a separate topic for me. I just want to know
what it should be.
What do we want to do this? Because that's another passion, is how to increase public comment. But what I really want to know is,
no, Shannon,
what are we going to require?
So what I'm saying is that regarding about the policy, whether you require public allowing public input or not, I don't think that in order to get people to talk about or comment about a policy, that's going to be effective. So from my point of view, do whatever. Either one is not going to work for me. So I don't really want to, I don't really have an opinion about what should you do or not. Like whatever else, everybody else vote. However, yeah, but you said that this is a different thing. It should be in this policy. The way that we seek input from the community for a change to policy should be in the policy. So it's not just, I don't think that this is a separate thing that we're going to discuss in the future. It's part of this policy.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Natalie?
Yeah, I mean, of course, you know that what I've already said, that I would want public comment at all meetings, except for closed meetings, of course. But now, you know, what Monica's talking about is so true. And the only way to start going down that road or to go further down the road is to take away barriers. So, you know, to be able to take away barriers and have public comment at every meeting, I don't think it matters to me either, whether it's 1 or 2. I get concerned anytime we're trying to take away the public's voice. So I would err on the side, and not that I'm saying that you're trying to do that, Shannon, or that we are, but you know, if we can figure out a way for public comment to be at every meeting, then the next question is, do we feel like the public needs to be able to talk once or twice about the policy? So I feel like there's kind of 2 separate super things there. Because without the ability for if we continue to put up the wall of basically what the community says is exactly what you said, Shannon. I don't even know when I can talk at these meetings. So then I just give up, and if we can have it, I totally understand what Al's saying. If we can have it at the beginning of every meeting and not record until after the public comment, super smart. St. Cloud City Council does that, and they do it at the end. So I understand why. Does that give you enough feedback?
Yep. So I'm feeling that you're strong about that we keep this policy as is, and we add in policy 203.2, you're saying we should add public input at the beginning, just like the other.
That would be my preference, because then they can talk about it either on the first or second reading, right? Yes,
Yep,
that would be
perfect.
my
And
preference.
then that would
Thank
line
you,
with that.
Shannon.
Yep.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
All right, Les, do you have any comments? Les?
I saw Les's microphone go, or I saw a thing that said Les Green has signed off. His
All right, Al?
computer might have died.
I'll jump to you then, Al. Do you have any comments?
Jeff, I'm perfectly fine with having public comment before each meeting. To me, that isn't a real big issue. I don't think, I have to disagree with some of the things that have been said about we don't seek public input. It's on every single agenda. The agendas are public, they're published. People can come and talk. We don't discourage it, but the truth of the matter is that school board meetings aren't the most exciting function that happens in St. Cloud. And most people choose not to get involved. And they elect representatives to represent them at the school board meetings. In other words, it's a representative government. You don't get to go to every meeting and speak. It isn't a public session. It's not a public meeting. It's a meeting of the Board of Education, and we accept public input, and we're open to public input, but it's not our job to go out and turn these into 200 people coming up with comments about every single thing that we do. They elect a board, and the board is supposed to act in the interest of the community. So like I said, I'm perfectly okay with putting a public input time period at the beginning of each meeting, but I don't think that we have to go door knocking trying to get people to come and talk.
All right. Les, are you back yet? All right. Zach, do you have any comments?
I do not.
Jeff, it was about a half an hour ago that his computer said he signed off.
All right.
So what I'll do is I will reach out to Zach or to Les as well, just because if he has input on this that might influence somebody else's opinion, if there's some other insight that we don't know about, I want to make sure that everybody is able to hear his voice and opinion about this too.
All right. Go ahead, Zach. You're next then.
I do not have any comments. I was at the committee that discussed it.
Oh, thank you, Zach. I forgot about that. My comments, Shanna, would be I would like to see us go to public input at both meetings. I'd like to keep it as the very first thing before the meeting officially starts. I would like it not to be like city council does sometimes where you have to speak on one issue. It should be whatever's on your mind, come on down and say it. Right now, it takes 6 weeks to get a policy through this. If we change this, and I think it actually is a simple change, it would decrease that by 2 weeks. It'd be a month, and we could get a policy in and out with two open public inputs and the third on the consent agenda. So that's what I would like to see happen.
Okay. Okay, so go ahead.
Figure something out, come back with a second reading, but it'll be a month from now.
Yep. That sounds, yeah. So then we'll talk about it at the committee meeting as well, because this won't come back until the work session.
And then if Les has something different, can you share that with the other? Well,
Yes.
share it with Willie. He can share it with board members.
Okay, we'll do.
Okay. Awesome. Go on to your next one. It's 213.
Yep, still on here. Okay, just a slight addition to policy 213, school board committees. And the reason for this addition is because after we look at this one, I am bringing forward, our committee is bringing forward the recommendation to no longer have the governance policy. So this is the last piece of the governance policy that we felt didn't exist in any of the school board policies. This has been a couple-year process of picking through the governance policy and putting it into regular school board policies. And the last piece was the school, our board committees, and the task that annually each year, beginning of January, when we do a reorganizational meeting and the committees may have different members, that they review, each committee will review its duties and purpose annually and submit recommended revisions to the full board for review and discussion. Also, for a current list of community duties and purposes, refer to the committees tab on the district website. So any school board member or public member would be able to find the committees and their the outline, their purposes there on the district website, and that you would review those.
Yep. And so, Adam, can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm on that committee, but I believe that normally it's not, normally the discussion, so this piece, each committee will review its duties and purposes annually, is usually right before our December retreat. And then we discuss the committee's roles for the upcoming year, and that's when we've made the decision to either eliminate or add committees, is at that retreat. So then when we get to the reorganization committee or the reorganization meeting, the committees are decided. As far as which committees are going to exist are decided, and the chair appoints members. So it doesn't matter for the way this is written, because we review it annually.
No.
Normally we review it at the end of the year.
Okay. Yeah. I was just thinking on some of the committees that I've been on were different, like the legislative committee, where it had kind of a complete changeover of people on there, and the one with Bruce Mose, where we were really looking at those bullet points and trying to revamp how we were moving forward with that.
And I think once a committee starts in January and they've had their first meeting or two, I think the committee needs to set goals for the year. So they need to kind of determine what their direction is going to be, but just whether or not we would have the committee would be something we would do at the end of the year.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think you might have touched on something, although I think it would be beneficial for the committee descriptions and duties as they are on that given day be brought up in December. So if you had a wealth of experience leaving the board, at least everybody could hear that and just pay attention to all the committees. So come January, if that happens to be your committee, at least that knowledge can be passed forward. And that would still fulfill the annual requirement.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Monica, you have any comments?
No, I don't.
Natalie?
I think you're right on with that discussion about, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're good.
Oh, okay, sorry. My dog's being weird. You know, Shannon, when I first got on the board, that's when we were talking about the committee that is no longer, and, you know, trying to figure out what is it all about and where are we going. And then Monica really started to champion that same thing with achievement, integration, and equity. And I feel like we are in a better place with that committee too, because we're able to say, these are the things we're going to do each year, and try to set, you know, so that someone doesn't get handed a committee and then it's like, go ahead do it the Natalie way. Instead,
Yeah.
it's like, this is why we have this committee in the board. And then, bring your own flavor to it and do what you need to do each year. But at the same time, we have this for this reason, no matter who is at the helm of it.
Yeah, and remember too that at the reorg meeting, is shortly thereafter, that's where the members of committees are appointed, and shortly thereafter, Mary needs the annual schedule for all of the committee meetings, and they get posted, and so you really can't do anything with that committee until the end of the year, and that's why it needs to be the end of the year when we make, I guess it's the end of the year we make the decision about whether or not a committee exists, and at the beginning of the year, in your first few meetings, you determine what your agenda is for the year.
Anything else, Shannon?
No.
I would like to see the new board make the decision to get rid of a committee or not, though I don't know if it would make sense, Al, for you to handcuff the oncoming board.
Yeah.
I know it would have to be made right away, though it's very time sensitive, that's correct.
Well, I think the official vote happens at the reorganizational meeting in January. So they're the ones that give the stamp of approval.
Well, then, Al, what Al's saying is true, because we don't even meet until after the reorg meeting.
But both
Yeah.
incoming and outgoing potentially are there in December, I believe.
Yeah.
Can I say something?
Yeah, Monica, go ahead.
So I disagree with you, Jeff, about having the new board making a decision at least that early about the presence or not of a committee, because if the board happens to be new, then you don't really have time, and you have not even worked with that committee to know what the usefulness or not of that committee will be. For me, it does make sense that the board that has actually worked with the committee can have an opinion about the existence of it or not. So I don't know if there is any possibility. I mean, new board members will have an opportunity to create their own committees as they are getting into the work. But for that reason, I kind of disagree about that point.
Yeah, I was hoping some of that would be decided at December when you had all the players at the table. Okay, any other comments?
I think that this specifically goes back to when it was my first day on the board, and then it was like, hey, I don't think we should have this committee anymore. And I'm like, I have no idea what do you mean? How do I make this decision? But you guys had that breadth of what I came to understand in that year. Oh yeah, you're right. We didn't need that anymore. But yeah, new board members, I mean, I just kind of understand what's going on right now.
And Natalie, that discussion would have occurred when we invited you to the December meeting. It wouldn't have been at the organizational meeting, but the December meeting is when we had the long discussions about which committees should exist. We always invite new board members as a courtesy to try to bring them up to speed on issues. So
I was just, the water was way above my head, so I don't remember everything, but you're right, Al.
Yeah, that was unique because we got rid of a committee, and that doesn't happen that often. Shannon, do you have enough to proceed?
Yep.
Okay.
One more. So, yep, I have one more on my process here. It's the governance policy. You can find a copy of the governance policy on the district website. After several years of picking this apart, and out of respect for everybody who believes that this is a policy, it's coming forth for 3 readings to the recommendation of the committee is that we no longer have a governance policy. And we have taken out each section that was relevant and put it into a district policy, and that's been happening for about 2 years now. I think that is a much stronger way to do that, because a lot of it went into like our different ethic policies that we have. Different administration have looked at this. Finance has looked at it. HR has looked at it. Teaching and Learning has looked at the different sections. So to make sure that they're good about moving pieces over, or just that those aren't important, or they're part of our procedures and it's not part of a policy. So the last policy that came forth to you was the committee policy that we added. That was the last piece that hasn't officially been taken out of the governance policy. That was the last piece where we said, well, where does this exist? And so now our committee is bringing forth for the first reading that we would like to discontinue the governance policy. Questions?
Monica, we'll start with you again.
Good job.
Natalie?
It seems like we only talk about this policy after 10 o'clock at night. So the last meeting we talked about it was like 11:30. You're doing great work, Shannon, to try to parse this all out. So I bet you're going to be excited when it's gone.
It's a very messy, its existence. It was important, I'm sure, out of respect for the people that put this together. It had relevance then. A lot of it is just simply outdated, but a lot of it was created at the moment it was necessary to say those things. But the end result of having them in regular board policies is, in my opinion, a much better process.
Thank
Stronger
you.
existence.
Zach, you want to adjust your camera? Al, you're on the committee. Zach, are you on that same committee?
Yeah.
Okay. I have no comment. Great work, guys.
Yeah, I'd just say that that's very true about the governance policy. It was put in place kind of as almost emergency measures to put some controls in place for some things that were happening that really shouldn't have been happening, and the board needed something very quickly, and it was written and adopted by the board to stop some issues, and it kind of grew from that point, and it's just we've moved it over into policy. We have good solid policies in place now that handle all of those issues. So it's confusing and outdated. So good riddance.
Any other comment before we move on? All right. Thank you, Shannon. Thank you, the committee, for the good work. Next up is item number 5 is proposed revised board policy. We'll start with 903. It's visitors to district building and sites. It's going to be done by Dr. Marcia Beisch, Assistant Superintendent of Elementary Education.
So is Ryan putting the policy up? There he goes. Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate that. So this should be brief. There's just one policy. Ryan, if you could scroll down to section 3 under responsibility. You can see and hopefully you've had a chance to review this before tonight's board meeting. You can see the language that we're recommending be struck from the policy. And then in the highlighted section is the language that is actually a part of the MSBA policy. And I will read that part. The school district administration is responsible to develop, communicate, and enforce this policy. So really that's all it says in terms of the responsibility under section 3. Then under section 4, we are adding, Ryan, if you could scroll to section 4, we are adding language that talks about visitors being allowed to park their vehicles on school property at times and in locations as authorized by school officials. And when unauthorized vehicles of visitors are parking on school property, school officials may move the vehicle or require the driver or other person in charge of the vehicle to move it off school district property, or if unattended, provide for the removal of the vehicle at the expense of the owner or operator. And so I can give an example. what something like this could entail. So, for example, at one of our school sites last year, we had a community member park a car and remove a tire and just leave it set there on, like, I think a jack. And so, it's in those cases where we may not be able to get a hold of a community member when we have the ability to go ahead and take care of that, because we need to ensure that spaces are available for staff and for families and students, especially at our secondary level. Questions?
Monica, you can start us off.
No questions.
Shannon? Shannon, any questions? All right, Natalie, any questions?
None from me.
Les, probably not. Al?
None here.
Zach?
No, sir.
I did have one question. What's the purpose of the committee that is Board Development Policy and Governance Committee? Are they not the one responsible or partly responsible in coordination with administration to develop policy?
You're asking me that?
Yeah.
So policies, any policy changes or recommendation for policy changes go through that committee. And so the board committee members have an opportunity to ask questions, provide feedback and input into the development of that policy before it comes to the full board.
So they never develop it, they just can make changes to something you developed.
Right. And many of our
We developed some.
yes, board members can recommend and are part of the development of some policies. That absolutely has happened, and those have come through board development. Many of our policies are MSBA policies, but we do have policies that are pertinent only to our district. And Al is correct that some of those have been developed and with input from school board members. But most of the time, those are MSBA policies, and we review those on an annual basis.
Could you reach into the English language and maybe come up with a little better wording that would at least touch on the fact that some are developed by the board in conjunction with the district?
And where would you like that language to be?
Just included in the sentence on 3B. Well, 3, because A and B are going away.
Oh.
I think you're on a different policy, Jeff.
We're on 903, right?
We're on the parking one.
Well, I'm still talking about the top part. We never had questions for that. Right there. Throw it in that sentence.
Go up farther.
No, you're right there in the yellow part.
No, I see that, but I want to, this policy isn't about writing policies. It's about
visitors to the building.
Then why is that sentence in there if it's not about, just put the administration is responsible to enforce it then. Don't put the word develop in there.
I see what you're getting at, Jeff. Okay. Thank you.
All right, any other questions though? I might have jumped out of order there. Nothing? All right. We'll go on to the next one, proposed revised board policy 533 wellness. It's going to be done by Lori Posch, Executive Director of Learning and Teaching and Learning.
Hi, thanks. I know that this one has a lot of changes, so I'm not going to read them line by line. This actually is a policy that Gary and I worked on together because a portion of it impacts nutritional services and a portion of it is about learning and teaching. So when we reviewed this policy, we noticed that there were several differences from MSBA recommendations. I am going to start with that the top part, the purpose statement, the recommendation that you see in here was made by MSBA, but also by the committee when it was reviewed. So some input from the board development committee. So I want to read the new purpose to you. The purpose of this policy is to set forth methods that promote student wellness, protect students' health, well-being, and ability to learn by educating and supporting them through healthy eating and physical activity. So the part in there that's highlighted in yellow is part of the change away from the original policy recommendations. And then the policy will assure that school meals and other food and beverages sold and otherwise made available on the school campus between the student's start and dismissal hours are consistent with applicable minimum local, state, and federal standards. And an important part to know about this policy is is responsible for us to receive some funding for our school lunches and to for a fresh fruits and veggie grant. So there's some financial considerations that come into this policy. The next section under the general statement of policy has some pretty big changes from what was in our policy compared to what's in MSBA. So you'll notice that what is in our policy, our current policy, was not consistent with the wording and the formatting in MSBA. So Ryan, if you can scroll down a little bit, we recommend that we take out what was in the current policy and replace it with the wording that was in MSBA. That seems to cover all of the pieces that we as a district need in this policy, and the wording is more consistent with other districts and with MSBA. And then starting in the next section, so wellness goals. Everything from this section on was not included in our current policy. It had been in several revisions quite a few years ago, and this part was all put into a procedures section, but at the last revision, it was not included anywhere. And we wanted to make sure that this whole rest of the next policy pieces, everything in red, got added back in to policy rather than not being in procedures or anywhere. So there is a lot in this policy. I know it's late. I know that you had a lot to prepare for this meeting. Jeff, I think I'm going to look to you to see what you want to do with next steps with all of these changes.
Everybody's had a chance to read it. Read it again. If you have any suggestions, email Lori and we'll go on from there with the second reading. Everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Yes,
All right.
thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you. And if you can email both Gary and I, because then we can respond to that are ours. Thank you.
We'll CC Gary. All right, next up is proposed revised board policy number 506, another real simple, easy one. Student discipline. It's going to be done by Carol Potter, Executive Director of Special Education and Student Services. Go ahead, Carol.
This is going to be really painless tonight. Absolutely. This is our longest policy, I do believe. It's about 17 pages long. However, we only have changes on the first 10. So that's the good news. The bulk of this policy is really around language updates to the current procedures. It's not, we haven't changed anything procedurally. It just is around the current language that we use. For example, on this first page in the purpose where it says we create a sense of belonging. The team that designed this, and maybe I'll just back up for a second and explain to you that this policy is reviewed annually, and it's reviewed by a large team with community members, parents, students, administrators, and teachers, and district level administrators as well. And so we look at both this policy and the code of conduct in conjunction, and we really felt like the pieces that are in this policy still make sense for what we do as a district, but we just updated some of the language pieces. And I really like how we did this in the purpose statement. I'm happy with how that turned out there. So you probably have had a chance to read that already, so I won't read that word for word. And if Ryan, if you just want to scroll to the next page, we'll just look page by page at the changes real quickly. And so in this section under district-wide responsibilities, we just simply added that it's in accordance with this policy and the district's code of conduct. And then in letter B, we also added the student handbook. And so we make sure we incorporate all of those pieces, because when we're working with discipline and we're working directly with students, we usually have maybe even the PBIS matrix that we're using when we're talking directly with the student, or we pull up the district code of conduct and have them look at that as well and reteach those pieces. So we just wanted to make sure that that was incorporated. And also throughout, you'll see the words, the team really felt that the word positive needed to be added in there, because we use positive behavior intervention and support. So they want to make sure that that was incorporated as well. And if you want to scroll to the next page, Ryan, thank you so much. Under letter G, let's start right at the top there. So when we write our code of conduct, at the beginning of the code of conduct, Willie has a letter in there. And so instead of calling it regulations, we call it his correspondence, because it is a letter. And then under letter B, under the superintendent's areas of responsibility, just simply change the word conforming to adhering. Again, just some updated language. And then this policy is first approved by Superintendent Jett, and then it's submitted obviously to you for approval through the 3 readings. Again, down in letter D at the bottom is we're incorporating the word positive again, because that's what we try to be all the time. And if you look at the next page, Ryan, page 4, under students, right there, letter G, we just took out students knowing and obeying, which is kind of old language, to adding it down to the bottom that students will know and be responsible for meeting the expectations set forth in the code of conduct, student handbooks, and this policy. Again, to put all of those pieces in there. Letter H, just simply updating the language again from the word atmosphere to environment, and adding the word responsibilities instead of duties. And then at the bottom of page 5, letter E, again, updated language. Instead of meaningful avenue, we updated it to responsive plan instead of the meaningful avenue. And then in number 4, we're talking about opportunities for students to repair their relationships. And instead of just listing restorative practices, because restorative practices is one of the choices that falls under that, we're saying these opportunities. We just cleaned it up a little bit. If you go down again, Ryan, the multi-tiered system of support team in number 5, that is, they refer a student for special education evaluation. They don't refer them directly to special education, so we added the word evaluation in there. And then if you scroll down to the very bottom, we wanted to, Al had made a great suggestion about making sure that the policy now covered a physical classroom. So when we're in brick and mortar, and our virtual learning environments as well, to make sure that students are still following procedures in our code of conduct, no matter where they are located and doing their learning. So we have that. We snuck that in twice. Right, if you just want to go down, back up, I guess, just a little bit. I'm sorry, wrong direction. Thank you. So under this section, the other way with the willfuls, Ryan, top of page 7. Yep, right there where it starts with grounds for removal. Right there would be great. Okay, so when we are removing a student from a classroom, it falls under one of 3 categories, and they're all called willfuls. And so the first 3 are these willful conducts, and these come directly from our Pupil Fair Dismissal Act. And number 4 was added as an additional, just to cover other, as you can see, other disruptive conduct. But the team felt that everything that could happen is covered under those willfuls. The other is not in the Pupil Fair Dismissal Act, and so we decided to delete that out. And then if you go down to the bottom, Ryan, letter B, right there, we added in again when an incident occurs and necessitates removal from the classroom, including physical or virtual learning environments, because there may be an incident where a student is inappropriate online, and we have to deal with that as well. And we can just some capitalization things in letter C. And then suspension. Okay, so under suspension procedures, and this was something that we actually had the exact opposite of what it should have been. I believe it was a typo at the time. It says this definition, it did say does not apply, but it should have said it does apply to a dismissal. And that was just incorrect. And so we, according to statute, and so we changed that up, made sure we had that correct on there. And then at the bottom of page 10, after school administration notifies a student of the grounds for suspension, school administration may, instead of imposing the suspension, opt to utilize an alternative to suspension, taking into account the needs and circumstances of the student. And so originally we had listed ABC as examples, and those examples no longer apply. And we also have more items that we use as alternatives to suspension, and it really is all dependent upon the development of the student and the creativity of the administration who is working with the student too. And so we decided to remove those and just say that we have the opportunity to utilize an alternative to suspension. And then that is it. The rest of the policy follows what MSBA had in originally. And so we are not looking to change it. Again, it includes expulsion and exclusion procedures, and all of those are the same as they have been. Are there any questions on this policy, 506?
Monica, we'll start with you.
You know, my brain is fried, so I don't know what to say now.
No problem. Sleep on it if you see something.
Absolutely.
Email her.
Yep.
Shannon, anything? Any questions, Shannon?
She says no in the chat.
Oh.
No questions.
Natalie?
I will say no.
Al?
No.
Zach?
No.
Jeff? Nope. Thanks, Carol.
You're welcome. Thank you, everyone.
Next one's up is a proposed revised board policy 499. It's misuse of district funds and or property. It's going to be done by Amy Skullerud, Executive Director of Finance and Business Services, with Ryan Cox presenting.
Okay, so it looks like there's a lot of red on this, but it's really kind of just all one substantial change to the policy. We implemented this policy a number of years ago when we had some concerns over employees using district property for personal use. In light of some other recent concerns about misappropriation of not just equipment but potentially funds, we thought it would be prudent to revise this policy to be more broad and cover the fact that it's inappropriate to misuse funds or property, which should be self-explanatory, but we want to make sure our board policies are inclusive of all potential issues that could arise. So really, from sections 1 through 4, it's just updating that to change that language. In section 5, again, language changes. The only thing that was added in section 5 that's kind of a procedural change is in 5B. We have added that members of the public who aren't employees could potentially provide that report of misuse to law enforcement if they felt more comfortable doing that, as opposed to doing that to the superintendent or an executive director, knowing that law enforcement would then obviously notify us of that as well. And then on the second page, this last section was added really just as a statutory requirement. We did find out through the tech incident that there's a statute that says that the employee who initially is notified of it needs to report that to law enforcement and the Office of the State Auditor, which we did based on our business services reporting function, but technically the statutory requirement is that the employee who reported it. And so if that had happened to be somebody outside of administration, a teacher or someone in the district, we want to make sure that we're putting that in policy and communicating that to staff so that they know that technically, somewhat similar to the mandated reporter requirement, they're supposed to be making that report directly and not reporting it to district administration and us making that report. So that's really all of the changes for that policy.
Monica, do you have any questions?
Yes. What is the chapter 13 of any statute?
And I don't have the answer to that right off the top of my,
Chapter 13 is the Data Practices Act.
Okay, thank you, Tracy.
Can we include at least the name of the statute in parentheses or something there? So people like me read chapter 13 and not keep wondering what that is?
So right now we have it worded so that paragraph is word for word the legal requirement that's in that Minnesota statute, so that it aligns, so that it's clear that that's a statutory requirement. But we could bring that back to board finance and see if they think that needs clarification, which takes precedent over the clarification of the statutory language or it aligning with statute. We can discuss that.
Can you include a note at the end? So if this is an exact word by word from a statute, I actually would like that to be explicit. That is word by word from this statute. And then a clarification there can go about what is the chapter 13 of that statute or that stuff. So my question, I guess part of the question is, so is this number 5 is what is mandated by law that they need to be doing? Is that what we're trying to allude here?
Yes, this section 6 is exactly that statute that you see referenced in the legal references below it. That is the exact wording from that statute. And that statute is really that statute that requires the state auditor reporting is the name of the statute. But when you read the language, it talks about law enforcement and state auditor. But we can clarify, and there's nothing to say that our policy language can't specify what chapter 13 is, and there's no reason it can't deviate from the statutory language. We were just using that as a starting point so that we made sure we were communicating the statutory requirement.
Yeah, if you can look at that, I understand what you're trying to do, but I like it to be very explicit that this is following by law, that we're just having a reminder here into our policies that this is what you're supposed to be doing by law. And that's why it's explicit here.
Maybe we even just start that paragraph by saying, in accordance with Minnesota Statute 609.456. I know it's already below, but that way it's clear, you know, because the legal reference doesn't really tell you which part of the policy the legal reference applies to. So even just adding that lead into the beginning of the sentence might make that more clear.
Yes, thank you.
It's similar to a public employee having to do mandatory reporting if there's misuse of district funds.
And that's what I was thinking. That is also like like mandatory report when there is a child abuse or something. But do we have that? There is written too. Like, yeah, you need to do it, but please do it.
Al, do you have any questions? Zach? All right, I don't either. Thank you, Amy. Last but not least, we're going to go with proposed revised board policy number 713, student activity accounting. Amy, you're up again for this.
Yep, and so this again is really kind of a formality and the final step in the change that the board approved a little over a year ago to move all the student activities under board control, which is now the Department of Ed mandate. And so really, I'm not going to go through item by item because it's really aligning it with MSBA's new sample policy that removes all former references to activities not under board control or the MAFA, Manual for Activity Fund Accounting. There was a number of references throughout for that, and that is no longer applicable. And so really it's just bringing it in alignment with that. The only part that I do want to point out is in section 5 at the end. Our current or previous policy, keep going. Our previous policy as it relates to accountability, so it's on page 4. There we go. So item B under accountability, we previously had some language about the Student Activity Advisory or Student Finance Advisory Committee, and that the Student Activities Advisory Committee, also known as the SAT Committee, could substitute for that, which is a pretty specific, more procedural type of an arrangement than really a policy. If you look at MSBA's policy, it's much more broad in saying that administration needs to bring to the board a report of fundraising activity. How you do so is really more procedural versus policy. And so in consultation with the Finance Committee, the recommendation was to remove those specifics about specific committees and have it more align with MSBA's sample policy to just say that we will prepare a fundraising report annually, bring that to the board in conjunction with an annual activities update, knowing that we do those updates annually. And the only thing that deviates from MSBA's policy is that they recommend that being semi-annually, and Finance Committee thought that once a year was adequate in terms of relaying that information to the board. So that's really the only substantive change that doesn't just align with the elimination of the activities not under board control.
All right. Thanks, Amy. Monica, any questions?
So this kind of in regards to that, this is only for activities. So that fundraising report that is there is only required for. And in this policy, we're only specifically talking about activities. Is that right? So if there is a PT, I told you my brain is fried. A meeting and something that will do the fundraising does not require.
Correct. This is only for the, and it's really specific to those student activity accounts where it's a new kind of subset of our general fund reporting. It's those accounts that used to be audited separately, that used to have those separate bank accounts. So it's really referring to those student activity accounts that are now under board control. So you're right. If it's a PTO or a booster club, that wouldn't be part of this policy because those accounts are not under the control of the board. And so we really don't have authority or necessarily access to that sort of detailed information for those separate entities.
But the funding of those accounts can go to activities, correct? If they decide to do so.
Yes, if they were to decide to fundraise and donate the money to the district, that's coming to the board already as a donation. And so the board's already receiving that information in terms of if money is flowing from those entities to the district by way of those receipt of donation reports that come on every board meeting. But if they spend it directly, so if a PTO fundraises and then they write checks out of their separate checking account for $2,000 for books, we really don't legally have a say in that or access to that information. The exception to that is that we do make our athletic booster clubs sign kind of a district shared agreement stating that they have to provide information about what they're spending to our activities directors for Title IX purposes. But that's a very narrow exception that's only for booster clubs. That doesn't apply to PTOs, PTAs, those kinds of things.
So my concern here is that this is an annual external audit part here. So this is demonstration of accountability. So we get an audit here in this part of the policy, and then we have a fundraising report. And those make sense to me, and it makes sense to me that other things are not there too. But in terms of the accountability of those activities in general, if I just happen to buy uniforms for the whole team, then that doesn't get counted here or reported here, or how is that part? So I like it to find out. I mean, I like it to be part of the entire accountability according to the annual external audit and the fundraising report, so that everything that comes to the activity is accounted for, and it is reported to as part of that presentation to the board is reported all together. So not like I get a grant on one day and then you tell me that you get the grant, and then I is not part of the whole thing here that activities are getting. What I'm saying, that so it's not, because here that has the it's kind of have that audit of what is invested there. So if I'm using, I'm gonna leave it there. I'm not sure if I'm making sense right now, actually.
All right. Al, do you have any comments?
No.
Zach? No, Zach? Okay. Amy, I hate to say this, but I actually have one question. On the earlier part of that policy, explain to me what take charge of and control over looks like as a board member. Do we physically lay eyes on these transactions or balance it once a year?
So that's kind of a generic term or more complicated way of saying under board control. And so what that really means is that all of the accounting for those activities, so anytime there's an expenditure, that's included on those expenditure transaction reports that come to the board. Though that activity is now part of the monthly financial report that goes to the board.
We're good. Yeah, good. I'm good. All right. We will wrap this meeting up. The new record, 11:20. Our work session is now adjourned. Good night, everybody. Drive safe if you have to go home. Take care.